some more fun with Kathy Brown. Hi, Kathy.
Hey, Dylan.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
How many more times are we going to meet like this?
Well, I hope quite a few.
Okay.
I hope everybody out there is catching us for this wonderful Brother Luminaire class. This is the embroidery version. So Kathy's going to spend most of the day today with you to show you everything about the Brother Luminaire. And it's kind of neat. Good thing we're not wearing green, Kathy.
Yeah. Good idea.
We have my brother Ken, he plays in an Irish band, and they were doing a green screen behind us, filming some of their fiddle tunes. And you could see on the shamrock on the wall that there's holes in it because they have the chroma option still set. So that is kind of cool. And there it goes. So if I was wearing a green shirt, I would have been invisible.
Yeah, for sure.
That would have been cool. We'll have to play with that for next time. So if you are joining us today, if you don't mind, I see a lot of people have commented with where they're from. So if you don't mind to just say hello and where you're from. And somebody asked, will this be able to be replayed later? Yes, of course. Right now we're live on Facebook and YouTube. And so yes, you can, I think it's easier to find these videos on our YouTube channel. And it seems to be laid out a little easier than to try to find them through our Facebook. You kind of have to scroll a little bit more on Facebook. But to watch replays, I would definitely check out our YouTube. We have people from Minden, Nevada. We saw Delaware earlier and Sun City, Arizona. So we have people from all over the world. That's pretty exciting, Kathy.
Mm-hmm. Someone from Texas, too, I just saw.
So, Kathy,
Yes?
you started with the Duetta, is that right?
Yes, that was the first Brother machine.
If any of you out there remember the Brother Duetta, that was like the 4000 and the 4500 series Brother top-of-the-line machine. And then, guess what was after that?
Quattro.
Yep, so a lot of you out there, I'm sure, have had the Quattro. The Quattro is the second major top-of-the-line that we started carrying at Mulqueen Sewing. And Kathy was the educator for that for us. Somebody's watching from Lima, Peru. How cool is that?
Oh my gosh.
Liz Sanchez. Thank you, Lima. Thank you, Liz, from Lima. That is amazing. So Brother hit it out of the ballpark with the Duetta, and then they did it again with the Quattro. And then, Kathy, what was after the Quattro?
Dream.
The Dream Machine.
The Dream.
I'm sure a lot of you out there had the Dream Machine as well. That machine was amazing. And now we're on the amazing Luminaire, which is kind of hard to believe. Every time a new machine comes out, we always wonder what could they add to that machine to make it amazing. And Kathy Brown is going to show us today. And just know we're going to come back tomorrow, same place, same time, for the Luminaire Design Center section. And that's my phone chirping. And I thought I turned it off. Okay, so I'm going to go behind the camera, and Kathy is going to take over. So Gerald, put it on camera. Or do you want to say a few words first, Kathy? Go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to tell them what I'm going to start with.
That would be wonderful.
Okay, first of all, the first rule on your Luminaire embroidery machine or any embroidery machine, always have your machine turned off when you put your embroidery on or off. There's a computer working with a computer and you could short it out. So just be sure and always have your machine turned off. We went over settings last time, but I'm going to go through the embroidery settings. And there is one other thing in the sewing. I think I just kind of went over it fast, but I'm going to show you what it is and how to use it. So let's go to settings. And mine came up on page 4. So on page 3, in the sewing section, you see at the bottom one there, it says end point setting temporarily off. So if you were doing a pattern that you couldn't put your little round sticker off to the left or right to make it, because it'll work within an inch and a half there, but you had to have the sticker exactly where you wanted it to be. It would work like the snowman here. You would turn this on, it's going to look for the sticker, and then it's going to do its thing, stop and tell you to take it off. Okay? So endpoint sewing, we used it, just put it down to see where it did. So that's just like the snowman works. So I'm going to say, okay. Let's go back into settings. Now I want to go to all the embroidery settings, so I'm going to touch the embroidery hoop. And there it jumps right over to everything. The first one is the frame size. And on the frame size, all your hoops are listed. You may not have all these hoops, and they all didn't come with your machine, but all the hoops that are available to fit on your machine or work with your machine are on this list. And you can scroll up and see them all there. All right, so every time something comes out, they come back and they add another machine to it. This is only as a guideline to your design page. That's all it means. It means I'm going to put the hoop around your screen while you're working so you don't go out of the frame. That's what that does. Okay. And in grid, you can have the grid with a cross in the center, and you can make that red or green. Then you have a crosshairs, and that's good for lining things up. Then you have a blank one, a 1-inch grid, and a 3/8-inch grid. So these are really nice features. And in the Dream, we didn't have the 1-inch grid, or we had the 1-inch grid, didn't have it telling us the size, so we would have to use that to look at our size. Okay, maximum embroidery speed. Your machine will go up to 1,050 stitches per minute. I don't generally sew that fast. You can, but there's something called push and pull. The faster you sew, the more push and pull you'll have. If you've ever sewed out like a little sunbonnet Sue, and when you get to the last stitch, the outline, it looks like it's off. The outline's not hitting her on the left side. That's push and pull. It doesn't have anything to do with the stabilizer. If it had to do with the stabilizer, it would be off all the way around. Okay. If I'm doing a one color design, then I go 1,050 stitches per minute. I'd like everybody to set their machine for 800 today. So when we do our projects, we'll all be working on them about the same time. Okay, touch embroidery tension. Embroidery tension, I would only change that if the decorator told me to, all right? In fact, on all my machines, I've never had to, oh, yes, I did. I used the embroidery tension one time for a Monica Anderton design that she had set up with bobbin work, and she told you to change the tension. Then after I did the project, I put it back to default. Everything in black is default. Embroidery foot height. And here again, they're giving you an option, okay? Do you want it to stop higher, lower? What if you have a whole bunch of batting in there and cotton and you need it to stop higher? You can do it. I did a project where I put in a zipper, and the zipper foot, the embroidery foot was hitting too close to the zipper. So what I did is I took the embroidery, this one, I turned it off. Yeah, I turned it way up higher. Then after I finished the project, I came back and brought it back. So the embroidery foot literally moved exactly on some of the teeth of the zipper. Okay, needle up, needle down when you stop. That's a matter of choice. Embroidery foot auto down. What that means is you push the green button to sew, it'll drop the foot. You don't have to come in and hit the lever, the icon to drop the foot. It'll do it for you. So let's turn the page. Here's where you can change it to inches. If you change it to inches, your sewing stitches and sizes will still be in millimeters, but your designs in embroidery will be in inches. Okay, and thread color, and it's got a number in 1, 2, 3. So do you want to see it by the thread number, or do you want to see it name of color? So if you put in name of color, what it would do, it would and it's supposed to be red, then it would tell you red or bright red or dark red. It'll try and read the color as best as it can. Thread brand. Oh, we were so happy to get Floriani in here. So these are all your threads, okay? All the different companies that we can use. For today, I would like you to touch embroidery. And I'll tell you the reason why after that. Then after class, you can put it back to whichever one you want. Then embroidery background color. Select. You can change the color of the working screen. If I had, one of my students told me whatever her shirt was going to be, she would put that color so she could see the design on that color shirt. This is pretty cool. So I'm going to touch the white to go back, say okay. Thumbnail color, same thing. If I want to see a different color all in behind the pictures of the designs, I can change just that area in color. Go back to white, I'll say okay. Thumbnail size. Right now, this machine is set on the largest. And most of us have a problem with our eyes, so we need it bigger. If you have it on the largest, you're going to see less pictures of designs because it's bigger. If you make it the smallest, you'll probably end up with 3 rows of designs. But because we set it for bigger, we're not going to see as many at one time. All right, embroidery, basting, distance. This is asking you how far away from your design do you want your basting stitch to sew? And that's strictly a matter of preference. If you want it to be real close right on top or way far away, you can set it here, all right? And these are all in inches. All right, and turn. Any questions on any of these 2 pages I've gone over? Okay, good. Okay, we're going to turn the page to 10. We have two choices when we scan in an image in the embroidery section. We have scan fine and scan standard. If it doesn't look good in the standard, then try it in the fine and see what happens. Anytime you scan in fabric or anything into your embroidery section, you have to come to the word delete to get that background to go away. If you don't, it'll stay there forever and ever. And you'll be going, why is this here? So just delete. If you have the fabric thickness sensor on, you can't scan. The camera has 2 functions, but it can only do one at a time. So either it's going to be ready to scan or it's in your fabric thickness sensor. And that again, it'll come, you can turn it on, and when it gets to where it's appropriate for that foot, it'll stop. Okay, so fabric thickness sensor. And embroidery foot adjustment, that's if you're going to use the LED foot that came with the Dream. I think it came with the Quattro too, but now it doesn't, just comes with a regular embroidery foot, but if you want to get the one with the laser light, it's available. Now, this has all to do with setting up your machine for your Wi-Fi. And I'm not going to do it here, but first of all, I would have to tell it on. And then you go to Setup Wizard, and it's going to show you all the places you can sign in to, all the internet sites. I'm sorry, all the internet connections that you have in your house from your router. So then it's going to ask you where that is. See, if I touch that, it's searching for that. And here's all the ones that I could select. But I'm just going to go return. If you have a new SSID, a new area or hotspot, you can add it. You can take one out and you can add it, okay? Or you save it. So if you change the system in your house, then you would have to change your machine for it to still work. Sewing machine name. You can spell out and name whatever you want on your sewing machine. Mine happens to say K's Addiction. So then wireless LAN is the same thing. It's going to tell you who you were connected to and their and reset. If you reset the network, that you would touch that. And let's turn, app guide. Now, if you don't have the 2 app guides that you can put on your phone, touch app guide. You can actually scan your phone, and if you have it set up with a QR reader that reads these things, you can actually put it up there, take a picture of that, it'll find it, and it'll put the stitch monitor on your phone. And the stitch monitor is so you turn on your machine and you go in the kitchen to cook dinner, but on your phone you can see where it's sewing, and then if it breaks a thread, it'll tell you. If it's time to change color or bobbin, it'll tell you. So if you want to sit back and have a couple of glasses of wine, don't worry about it. It'll tell you what to do. So if you have a Samsung, anything other than an iPhone, you use the Android. For iPhones, you use the iOS system. Then if I change it up to my Design Snap, the same thing. I could get it here, and it's going to put an app on my phone where I can take a picture from a book and use my Design Snap, and it'll take a picture of the book, and then I can send it wirelessly to my design center. Cool? Okay. Say okay then. Any other questions on that page, the Wi-Fi? A lot of that's going to have to do when you go home and want to do it. All right. Auto download is on. So if there's a new upgrade that comes out, there would be a little question mark or an exclamation mark there by the Wi-Fi sign. And then you can come in and just tell it, well, do it now, and it'll do it manually. There is a newer version of 3.06.
Does that app guide come in upgrade?
Yes. I think it came with upgrade 2. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to get busy. So everyone touch embroidery. And in embroidery, you see all the different categories that we have of stitches. In stitch 1, if I touch it, it's going to give me more options. I think it's up to 15 pages now. But I'm going to say return until we get something we want. Then you have your fonts, and we're going to work with those. And then these are monogramming fonts. These are quite large. See, it's 5.5 inches tall and 4 1/4 inches wide. So these are quite tall. You can scroll down and you have a smaller set of them. And that one's only 2 inches tall. If you scroll even further, you have some frames that you can use, or floral decorations, and they can be fit together, go down the side of your hoop, whatever you want. We've used one of these in one of the classes I did, and then did some embroidery on the inside, but we used that. So that's kind of cool there. It's return. The frames, you can call this the frames or the shapes, either one. All right, we're going to use those today too. Number 5, it's the buttonholes. So you can just embroider the buttonhole you want. And you can go through and check the size of them to see how big they are, or rotate them if you need them. And it's telling me right down here the length. So I can change it right down here, large, medium, or small. Touch the second one on that category. These are some floral or just elements you can add around your buttonhole. So if you wanted to make it look fancy, you could put a butterfly embroidery design on each side of the buttonhole. So that makes it kind of good. And you can use these anytime you want. It doesn't have to be just around a buttonhole. Let's go to 3. 3 is very, very interesting now, because what they've done, or was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday in the sewing function, I showed you these stitches that were very large that would work on your sashing. And they were only so big, I think maybe 2 inches big, but those same stitches are in here now. So you could come in here and put it in, and you can tell it just to repeat itself, and you can enlarge it before you repeat it. So even though we were limited on those in sewing, we can now adjust them in the embroidery part. So there's some cross stitch, there's a bunch of little stuff. I'm looking for one thing. And you really need to get in and play with these because they are fun and they're nice. Okay. In our decorative stitches, we had some cute little things. We had the birthday cake. We had a flag. Same thing. I can put it in here and go in and resize it and make it much bigger to work with than I could on sewing in my decorative screen. So don't forget those are all down there. All right. Say return. Okay. Q. Q is for your quilting blocks. If you have an XP2 or you have XP1 with the upgrades on it, then you would have two choices, single color, double color, okay? So it would have a single color, this one two colors, and then this is the new hexagon shape that came out, and we're going to use that today. But that's the new hexagon shape that came out with two. So let's go return. Of course, Mickey and Minnie. All right. Now, let me show you what you can do here. I have to find the one I want. I know it's under Tinkerbell. Come on. Okay. I chose the Tinkerbell file because I wanted to show you something specifically. If you touch 036, there's a P at the bottom. So touch that one. And if I say set, oh, sorry, it didn't do it. Let's go return. It's supposed to come up with an icon to tell me to print it out. Maybe I have to close this more. Yep. That's strange. I'm sorry. It should come up with something that tells you how to print it. And it's got a, I don't know why it's not changing it. That's something wrong in here because it should ask you if you want to just sew the top piece or you want to sew the bottom piece with all the stitches. Do you want to take the background and take it to your printer and print it out? And then put it over in your hoop and sew Bambi on top of the print. But I don't know why. I'm going to show you a different one, so we'll go return. Come back to return. Oh, and then you have couching. All right. So down the road, we'll probably do a class doing the couching. And you can couch in embroidery or sewing. So open folder number 1. And across the screen, I'm going to lower these. You can see more or less by touching that arrow. But I'm going to go over to the nautical because I know there's one in there I can show you. See the whale with the P? I'm going to touch that and say set. Sorry, it's just not coming up. I don't know. If I was home, it would work, but I don't know why it's not working here. But those are the only two that I know. But those are called print to stitch. Okay. So what you do is you take the background and let me see if I can still get. You take the background and send it to your printer and print it, and then it'll come back and sew the embroidery designs on top. Jerry, would you remind me of that later? It's not showing the print side? Okay, sorry. I'm just going to say delete and say okay. So I'm going to go back to my main folder here, and we're going to look at some of these designs. Now, if I like this reindeer 08 and I select him, it really isn't a full selection or complete. It's not going to my embroidery side because I haven't set. It won't be an embroidery design that you can throw out until you say set. But up top there's an I. Everybody see the I right next to the colors and minutes it's going to take? Touch the I, and there it goes. It tells me the exact size of the design, how many colors are involved, 41, and it lists all the colors for me. I can change the background if I want to see it better. So I'm going to come back and put it back on. So if I wanted this now, I would know I need to pull 41 threads, and it's going to take 55 minutes with the speed that I have set right now. Okay, and it's always actual sewing time. It doesn't allow or compensate for when you have to take your hoop off and trim your fabric away or change threads. It's actual sewing machine time. If you scroll up even more, you're going to find a bunch of different elements here. And they're designed to use together to create bigger patterns. Like these go on each side of that butterfly. Now this one, these are already set up to be applique. And the lady's name, Anna, she gave a class when we went to Brother 2 years ago. And this is actually what we did, because it's one of her designs in here, and we turned it into a little mug rug. But you could also turn it into a little pot holder. So it was interesting to meet her, and we've had her here one time for a visit. So that's what all this folder is, number 2. Number 3, come on. Number 3 has a lot of florals. And you see the wreath here? If you look in the different sections, you're going to find a wreath for winter, summer, spring, and fall. So, and they are quite large. See, it's 10.5 by 10.5. So, but they're very, very pretty. And if you scroll up here, you're going to see multiples again. So this one would work with that and that. And let me see, down here, these all go, see, because you see similar colors, so you can know that they go together. I'm going to hit return. I'll go back there again. And number 4. Number 4, we're going to first look at this big Christmas tree, 007. You see how tall that tree is? 9 3/4 by 5 1/8. So what you're going to do, you're either going to sew that out first or the base of it first, because the tree goes on top of this, so you have a very big design. So you would just sew this out, and then you're going to line it up, and I'll show you how today, with your projector and all, and sew the top piece on it to make a big design. And under here, there are some very large designs, and then some of these, like that one, if you stitch those out, some of them look like hand crochet. They're really, really pretty. And you've got flowers again. Oh, and you've got zebra and what's that, leopard types of skin. So if you wanted to use those. Let's just go top, and that was 5. 5 is a little hard to see, but I'm going to touch the first one, and if everybody will touch the first one with me, you'll see what I'm talking about. If you look really close at it, you can see there's a little dove inside the heart and the word love above it. So some of these you just have to take a look at to see what they are, what they're going to do, what they're going to say. But they're very, very pretty and sew out very well. All right, so these two would go together too. 6, grapes. I was looking for a wine bottle, but it's not in here. So it has some other grapes and some quilting patterns that are very, very pretty. Let's go to 7. All right. 7, you have a bunch of birds and some more flowers and some decorative stitches and quite a few more quilt patterns that are really, really pretty. Okay. 8. 8 is some veggies and fruits, and the little border one down here is pretty cute, and you can enlarge it, or you could take it and make it into a border running stitch. So we'll say, okay, go 9. 9 is all nautical theme. This is where I got the wheel for the print to stitch. And, okay. Let's go to 10. 10 again, you see some that are supposed to be put together. Okay, this one, little hummingbird. This is the top of it. I did do the little hummingbird with the new hexagon shape. I don't have the pillow form in there, sorry. But it's those two designs put together, and then I used the hexagon shape and did one of the sashing stitches in our quilting section. So it was really pretty. I like those. Okay. Down here, these are really cute. These are the ones, I think they're the snowman or the seasons. There's two in here that I like that are, one is snowman, one is seasons. But they're very cute. Let's go to the teddy bear. Teddy bear are things that you might want to do for your grandkids. You can make them a shirt for their birthday or whatever you want to do, a banner. You can put wording in. Let's go to 12. 12 are Zunt designs. If any of you have ever had a Zunt design, you know that they're exquisite and they usually are laces, okay?
How do you know that they are to be put together?
Because the colors look the same. Now, you want me to go back? Okay, like see down here, 17 and 18? Those go together or work together. See 16? Those three can all be used together. You would line them up how you want. In 10, this one, okay, I gotta lower this first. This one, and then that one would go with it for a border around it. And you could copy and paste that and flip it over. That's how you'll always see colors together. See, here's the one half of that hummingbird, and here's the other half. So they go together like a circle. But good question. 11 was all the kids stuff. 12 is Zunt. They sew out beautiful. 13, there's quite a bit in here. And there's some birds and some edges to put together. And this is the one that really sews out, that 033. It really sews out like hand crochet. It's really pretty. More stitches in it than you realize. And here's some other quilting functions. All the way down. Okay, and while we're, oh, I'm sorry. We're going to do something else first. So there's a bunch of stitches in there. An autumn sign and winter sign. Those two right there I combined and used on a big pillow up there. A blue one, here's your Christmas or winter wreath. So they're all in there. 14. You have some more quilt patterns. And you have some animals and you have a dragonfly. You could sew the dragonfly out on some tulle on Wet and Gone, and then you would just have a dragonfly. You know, and it could be 3D, because you could bend the wings up a little bit, make it cute. This one, I don't know why this one's in here. It's a ghost. Let me see if I can just get it bigger. Oh, I guess it's supposed to be a bird. Sorry, I thought it was a ghost. It's a bird on a tree. Close that. We'll get to that screen too. All right, and there's some very pretty ones again. This could be your corner piece. This could be your side extension piece. However you need to do it. Okay, so these are all very, very pretty designs. Very pretty. So, I think folder 14 was added with the first upgrade to the XP1. 15 just came with the upgrade 2 or the Luminaire 2. Okay, so if you don't have those, it's because you don't have the upgrades. So there's tons of pretty things in here to work with. Okay, that's, and I want to come back to let's take number 10, go to folder 10, and stitch number 3.
Was number 14 on an upgrade?
Number
14? Was an upgrade?
Yes. Okay. That was in the first one.
The first upgrade.
The second, and then the second one for the XP2 machine is 15. Okay, go to 10 and take stitch 03. All right. So when we're looking at the screen, across the top, it's telling me, I'm looking at it 100%. These are the hoops it'll fit in, how big it is, how many stitches, how long it's going to take, and how many thread changes. And if I go to info, again, it's going to show me the thread changes so I can go and grab all my threads and have them lined up. And I can change the background again. Okay. And we'll say close. And their information, and if I want to see it, a preview in the hoop, then I touch that one. And if I touch magnify, it'll show me a preview in the hoop. If I touch the needle and I touch the to go button, it's going to sew it out. And it's going to sew it out however fast that you pick out down here. Okay? So it's just a good thing that you can watch it stitch really in what order it is. Okay, close. Okay, everything here we did. Okay, let's touch set. All right, now the fun begins. Okay, just remember, this is fun. This isn't stressful, it isn't work, it's fun. So across the top again, it's telling me 100%, but I can look at my things now in 400%. If I want to scroll through my scene, I can use that hand up there and just scroll around for different places. We just have the one thing there right now. Later on, you'll use that and see. Okay, and your frame sizes. It's telling me it's going to fit in all of them. Again, it's telling me the height and the width of it. Has a camera here because I can scan in some background fabric, see what it looks like, and I can do a preview. Touch edit. Edit opens your options. Okay. Across the bottom, you have a select and you have a grouping icon. And don't get confused. This is all one icon. It doesn't mean touch the square or touch the triangle and circle. It's trying to show you how to group two together. So you just touch that, and we'll do that in a little bit. And your select icon down here, what you want to see, or you can use your arrows to go back and forth through your different designs. Then you have delete and add. Memory, we'll put it in a pocket so you can bring it out later. Embroidery will take us all the way to the embroidery screen, but we're not ready for that one yet. So if I come over to move, and I'm looking at this, and I move it up more, you see now it won't fit in those hoops because I'm out of that range. It'd probably fit in my 6x6 or 8x12 because I'm too high, so I'm out of the hoops. And you could see it here too. See? So it won't work in the other two because it's too high now. Touch the center again. All right. I'm sorry. One thing I like to show and have you notice, I'm going to go back and put it up a little bit. You see in edit, the number there? That number is telling me how far from center the center of my design is. That's what it's telling me there. So in this case, it's above 2.97. If I go this way, it's going to tell me I'm off to the left side 1.99 from center. What those numbers could be really important is when you're trying to line up designs and corners to make sure everything is really lined up. And I'm going to go back to center, edit. Okay, so go back and just touch the dot in the middle of the arrows, and that's your move or go back screen. Okay, before we do the next part, I want you to touch the word embroidery. Up here it's telling me I have 1,992 stitches. Touch return. I'm going to open up my size option. Okay. If I leave it the way it is and I stretch it out as big as it'll go, it'll only go up or down 10%. Say OK. Go to look at embroidery. And it added a few stitches, and those are probably just the end stitches. But by using that icon, it just stretches or shrinks however many stitches you have in there. So if I have 1,000 stitches and I stretch it big, you know, to go up to maybe 2,000 or down, but that's what that's for. And let's hit a return key. Let's go back to size. And let's go ahead and touch the button to the right. This is a very important button. And if you don't learn anything else from me, just remember this icon. So if we want to stretch this out now, we're going to stretch it out as big as it'll go. I believe it's 200%. So let's go OK. Embroidery. Now how many stitches you have? It added quite a few, because if you touch the icon on the right, it will add or take away stitches and keep the density appropriate without losing the integrity of the design. In other words, the design will still look good. So let's go return. Any questions on the size? I know in class I always get questions on it. Yep. Okay. Let's hit reset so it's small. And say OK. All right. Rotate is pretty simple. It's going to tell you if you rotate it right or left. You can watch the numbers right there, how far you've gone. And if you mess it up, just hit reset. All right. But for right now, let's hit the 90 degrees and just leave it there for a minute. We'll say OK. Okay. This one is going to flip it side to side. Okay, mirror it. This is for your copy. And you can copy your design. Come on. Not liking my touch today, but I can fool it. So whatever's in the red box is what I'm working on. Okay? So I just went to move and did it because obviously my screen's not liking my touch today. So I'll say OK. I'm going to go back to rotate and just take that one off. Say reset. Oop. Say OK and say delete. Sorry, say OK and then say the word delete. All right? Density. That's the distance between each stitch. So that's the density of your stitches. Some designs you may buy online from not well-known companies or people, the density might end up being like iron. So you might want to check it, do a test sew, see how it sews out, then come back and make any adjustment. All right, I am going to touch the border function. It's the 9 little squares right under copy. When I touch the border function, it opens up a whole new screen. And you can see up there, it's telling me my size again. It's going to tell me my width, and it's telling me how far from center I am, up or down, okay? The default here is opening on your vertical boxes, because our design is vertically right now. The end one down, and if we want to work horizontally, which we will in a minute, is right there. And then this one, we'll put an end stitch, a basting stitch stop, so you like a tick mark, so you can see and line it up. So we're going to play now. So the 2 under there is if you put too many on and you need to cut something off, it'll give you a knife to cut. Okay, I tell you, it's got everything. All right, let's go back into borders, and on the right is a plus towards the bottom of the box. I want you to touch that a couple times. You see what it did? It added them on there. It just automatically added them on there. If I come up to my preview, I can see how good they look, and they line them up perfectly. So I don't have to figure out how to line them up. And you can't come in and add a design once you've got this. But what I did, I rotated one of these, flipped it over, saved it as a new design. Then when I brought it in, I could make them go every other way, each one a different way. But you can't just come in and select that now and make it rotate. All right, so we're going to put a little touch where you see the arrow hitting the straight line. Okay. And we got a red box around our design. That's what we're working with. So we're going to use the down arrows to make it come down to the last piece. Then down here, once we touch the little mark, it opened up a little box down here asking us, where do you want me to put this reference stitch? Well, I'm going to tell it, put it in the bottom center. Now, if you don't see something happen on your screen, stare at the screen a little bit and take this off and on until you see what it does. It's very hard to see, but if you watch down there, you'll see a little tiny black line, and then a straight line coming up, okay? But it puts it there. I gotta make sure I left it there. Oh, took it away. There it is. Okay. And if I wanted to put reference stitches anywhere else, I could. If I was doing a very large design, I could put reference stitches on the side so that I can line them up perfectly. So let's touch OK. And let's go to embroidery. Okay, and there's my design. Now, anything you put in the border function automatically color sorts. Okay, so you can see they're all color sorted. It does it all for me. If I stitch this out and I want to add to it, use your imagination now. So I've stitched this guy out, and so my piece of fabric would be at the top of my hoop, and this little end piece would be way up here on my fabric. What I do is I come down here where you see a needle touching a plus sign. There's a needle touching a plus sign. And I tell it I want to see the top center. So now the line that's down there, that pluses has to be right on top of it, so I just can keep going. I've made yards and yards of lace using this function. And once you play with it, it's really quick. You'll get the hang of it, but just use your reference stitches. Let's say OK. All right, let's go to layout and move. I'm sorry, still in the embroidery. I'm sorry. Say OK and go return. Everybody with me? Okay. I was threatened with corporal punishment if I talked too fast, so I'm trying to be good. I'm not sure, but I'm trying. Let's go back to the border function. And I have my little reference stitch down there. Let's touch the 3 boxes laying horizontally. Now I can come in and I could add those to the sides. However sides I want. Okay. And when I go to move, it's going to move the whole thing because they're all together now like one design. So in this case with this, I would probably want to use my reference stitch. One down in this corner, maybe one center, and one in that corner. So I can make sure that it isn't cattywampus. I'm sorry, my select thing was up there. I got to bring it down here. Okay, so that's there. Then I can put a reference stitch in that corner. And then it would be the same thing after I sew it out. I take that out of my hoop. I put a new piece of stabilizer in my hoop, and I wouldn't try and hoop it again. I just kind of float it so I can move it wherever I need it to be, and then I can flatten it right down if I use sticky back or temporary spray adhesive to make it easier to line up. Everybody understand that? Or you want me to go over it again? No response? Okay. All right, so we'll say okay. Okay, so let's say now I look at that and I think, oh, that's just too busy. Let's go back to the border. Touch the vertical boxes with a line through them. See the knife came up? I can move my arrow up or down to whatever I want to cut off here. So if I cut that off now, you won't really see the change, but you can see just the other two are grouped together and the top one isn't. So then I would say, okay, touch that piece. Oh, the hand is on, no wonder. Touch that piece and delete. Okay. Yes, your screen won't work when you have that hand up there. The hand is for moving around the screen. Okay. It still isn't working for me. There it goes. Okay, take the hand off, but with the hand on, it lets you move around the screen. But I can move this back. I can go move, and I can get it exactly centered again. Okay. Any questions on that? Okay, I'm not going to get into these yet because I want to do something else. So while everything's selected, let's hit the delete key. And OK to cancel. Now I want you to go to folder 13. And I believe it's number 48, but I'm going to check it. Okay. Yes. In folder 13, stitch number 048. Then I'm going to say set. All right. These are some really pretty flowers, and I've done classes where we move it in each one in the different corners and set up a design. But what we're going to do now, we're going to go to edit. Okay. And edit, I'm going to come down to my palette. Okay. And in my palette, it opens up all the embroidery threads. We have our set on embroidery for a reason. We're just going to leave it there. But if I wanted to change a color, let's say I wanted to change the middle color, I could come right there and it would go there, show me what it is, and I could change the color of it. All right. And if you put one color up here and you want it to make the colors go all the way down, you touch the 3 spools of thread. I am going to do a reset because that's an ugly brown. Now I want you to touch the word color shuffling. Okay. Under color shuffling, it's going to take everything and move it around. So the first one says random. Everybody touch the word random. Make sure it's on auto at the top left. And then say OK. Now it's just going to put that same design in, but different colors. And down here you can turn the pages. We're having a heck of a time today. Oh, refresh. Sorry, you have to use refresh to turn the page. And I think there's 9 or 10 pages, so there's a total of 90 choices. So if I like this one, I can bring it up, but doesn't mean I have to use it because I haven't touched set yet. It's only active when you touch set. I'm going to cancel, and I'm going to say cancel again. Now go up to manual. Under manual, pick out different colors that you want your design to be in. I think there's 6. And say OK. Now it'll use your colors to show you what you put in and how it works, and different variations of that. I'm going to hit cancel. And with the embroidery, with the XP2 or the upgrade, now it lets you pick out your favorite colors and save them, and then you can bring those in. If I brought in a different design and these were still here, I can just touch one, make it go away, or put a new color in, anything I want. All right, cancel. Everybody okay on color shuffling so far? See, I can't see faces or nods or anything. Okay, and I hope the back of my hair looks good. Okay, I'm going to touch gradient. And on auto, it's the same thing. Say OK. And what it's going to do is going to take one color and touch the various hues on it and use the same color all the way through. See, but it's all one color and all the different designs come up. And there again is your favorites. Okay. All right, I'm going to hit cancel. Touch manual. Now you only get one thread choice. So if I put in that purple and say OK, oh, this design doesn't have enough colors, it says. So we'll cancel that. But then it would do the same thing with your own colors. Total design 6. Go vivid. And there you go again. It's just a whole bunch of bright colors, and you touch refresh. Lots of colors. Cancel. What's nice, I did a project, I think it was a Dream Club, and we had a medallion there. And so I came in and played with the color shuffling to make the medallion be the olive green and light greens and purple that were in my fabric. So then my medallion matched my fabric around. And it was just that one on the center. So you can really play with these and have a fun and good time. Let's go soft. and the pastels. And you can refresh again. And we'll say cancel. Okay. And cancel again. All right. And say okay. Okay. Let's say I want to make this into a patch. I'm going to touch the blue shield, and it makes it automatically into a patch. They call it an applique, but what it'll do, it'll sew all the inside colors first, and then it'll sew a straight line. You take it off the hoop, trim on that straight line, then you hoop your jacket back or whatever you want to put it on. It stitches that same straight line. You take your piece, you lay it within the line, the running stitch, so it's perfect, and then you hit go and it'll sew the satin stitches. So it's more like a patch than an applique. But if you stop to think about it, it would look a lot nicer on the inside of a jacket back because you're only going to see the satin stitches. The rest are all covered up. And if you want to put more distance around it, you can come here to the plus and spread it out. Okay. Or you can do less, it's up to you. Let's go cancel. Okay. Now it's back to where it's normal. So maybe I want to put stippling around it. You see my stippling icon? Let's touch my stippling icon. And now it's put stippling. The first section up here wants to know which hoop are you going to use, because it will make the stippling appropriate size for that hoop. Okay, so it needs to know what hoop you want to use just to keep it nice. Here again, distance is how far away from the design do you want to sew. So if I wanted to put some distance or margin in there, I could do that, and it will have more like wide area around there. Do you see the difference? Okay. Down here, you can change the spacing on the stipple pattern. So I'm going to make it go way up. See? Or you can bring it back down, whatever you want. It's your machine, your stippling. You can do what you want with it. Oh, that's not good. I would hate to sew that out. And again, the default will be in black. I think it's 126. Okay, that's a little better. Now across the top up here, there's two icons. The one on the right is the newest. So this one, if you touch the flower, it's going to put an echo stitch around it. But you see, it kept in memory the distance I put around there. So you have to watch for that, because if you don't want that distance in it, you need to come in and change it. All right. And some things it keeps like in a memory when you turn it off even, and some it doesn't. All right, so there's our echo stitch. What if I don't want the echo stitch, but I want something fancy? Much easier to do now. Touch the icon under the house. It takes me right into Design Center to the fill patterns. I touch the word select. And it brings up all the different fill patterns that I can use. And on the XP2 and with the upgrade, you've got, I think, 8 more patterns. All right, so you could put this with any of them. Let's say we like that one, we'll say okay. And it's all flowers around the flower. And there again, we can change the distance, we can change the size. All right. Okay, so let's cancel. And while we have that up there, oh, and this flower down here is when we want to make a stamp or an outline of something. Okay, and so here's the same way. But if I had the letter B and I want to make sure it takes the part out of the letter B, I turn this on and it'll take it in each area. It'll make a copy of it. So, and then you can take it into Design Center and do what you want with it, but it will make a copy of it. And you can, when you want to do it in Design Center, you would touch memory. I'm going to cancel. We'll work on that in Design Center tomorrow. Okay. I know there's something I meant to say and I didn't. Okay, we're going to come back to it. All right, so what I want you to do now is I want you to go to Edit and move that design to the lower left corner. Whoops, it's telling me it can't go anymore on the side, and I'm going to bring it down. And I'm going to say OK. All right, here's a lesson to learn. If I touch copy, many times it'll bring the design back up there because there isn't room down here to copy it. Okay, so just think about that. If you're going to do a design, make sure you do everything you want to it before you place it. So in this case, I would come in and I could rotate this. And I can bring it up in the right corner. And say, okay. Now here's a test. I want to make sure those are exactly spaced right on my fabric. So I'm going to go to Move, and this one is 6.02 and 3.35, where it is high on my mat and off to the right of my center. Okay, now you see these numbers are different. So if I wanted to make sure they were exactly the same, I would need to move this one down until it got to 6.02. Okay, everybody with me? So now I know that they're balanced. 3.35. This one was 3.56. We have to go the other way. Oh, yeah. So it's a very good tool to use. All right, and we're going to say OK. All right. Now, if we're going to go into Add. At the bottom of the screen, touch the word Add.
Kathy, how do you get there with XP1?
To the move and the shapes?
I'm assuming so, that's all they said. And then also, can you use your own design to use this function?
Yes, anything. And also, any design you bring in, you incorporate into your embroidery machine. I don't care if you've converted it from a Bernina or a Viking, whatever, they will all resize, and it will resize appropriately. It's not just the built-in designs, it's any designs. Remember I said always remember to touch that on the right? Say, move my pattern now. On the right, because that's the one that will recalculate stitches and keep the density appropriate. Okay? So I got to put this one back down here. So there's some things that'll bring it into center to work with. Say okay. And what was the other question? How did I get here?
Tracy said no, the design center stipple. How did you get there on the XP1?
Oh, it's the same way. You see there's on your main screen, under Edit, there is a picture of a stipple. So I just touched that. Oh. But there again, you can't have your pattern so close that it can't stipple for you. Okay. Oh, this is a good lesson. Okay, so I only had one thing selected, so it only stippled around one thing. So I'm going to say cancel. If I want it to stipple around both of them, I'm going to come down here to my grouping icon, and I'm going to tell it select both pieces. I can either do it that way or manually touch it or select. Now we're going to say OK, and see the red boxes around both of them? So now if I go to stipple, it'll stipple around both of them. Okay. Any questions on that? Okay. All right. This is something new they added down here and over here, but we'll get to those in a few minutes. All right, so I want to add some lettering because I'm going to make this for somebody. And if I want to ungroup them, I can, so they move independently. Go back. Okay. And I'm just going to move these around. So let's go add. We're going to go into our fonts, folder 2. And we're going to write a word. Actually, we're going to put in three lines of words. So just do a first line something. I don't care as long as you use an uppercase, a lowercase, some punctuation, and umlauts. Those are what you have, but just make like a 3 or 4 letter word. And I missed something. Holy cow. So I'm going to use the arrow to go over into the front. And now I'm going to put in my capital C. That's how easy it is to change your lettering. You don't have to start over from the whole thing, erase it all and start all of it again. You just use the arrows to move to where you want to be. Now, play like there's no return at the bottom here. Okay. This is your return key over here, right under the word delete. If you touch that return key, it drops to the next line. So now I can put in another word on that line. I'm going to drop down again with that return key on the right. Okay, so I have cat and dog just written up there. And it's not really in permanently until I touch set. Right below the return key, that's your space bar. So if you were writing out a sentence or you're going to do a recipe, you would use this icon to make spaces in between. All right. And down here you have your L, M, and S. And so you would choose that when you put the first letter in. Did you want it to be large, medium, or small? But there's another thing I'm going to show you too. Array, we're going to get to there. Spacing, that's within each word. Do we want our wording centered? Left justified, right justified? How do we want our letter? If I want to have them left justified, see they all move over so they're there. Back to in the right and back to center. Okay. So if I wanted to change something on this word, and there's an A there, so that means I'm going to change one word at a time. I can scroll through any word I want to change and put in something else. All right? And I have to have the arrow right there. I'm going to say delete now. It's going to take away the first D I did. So delete, and these arrows work well together, and there's another way we're going to do them too. So everybody with me so far? Okay. Maybe they went to sleep. Possible. So let's touch the word set. Now, you see my lettering all on the screen here, and there's a couple things that I want you to know. First of all, whatever we typed back there, it grouped it all together. So if I go, I can't move just one word at a time. Okay. So if I wanted to make some changes, I can't do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down to my select icon, and I'm going to select them all. I'm sorry, we don't need to select the, we don't need that, select that. We just want the lettering selected. And we'll say, okay, go to edit and ungroup. Okay? As soon as you go to edit, there's an icon right under the word size. And normally you're grouping things together, but in the case with lettering that's all come in one block, you want to have it ungrouped. If you look close, you still have red boxes around each one. And if I move, they're still all going to move together. And that's not what I wanted. So if I touch anywhere on the screen, it'll release the two other ones. Pretty tricky, huh? I'm going to undo and show you that again. And let's go back one more. Yeah, so is that where it came in? Okay. All right, so there's my lettering came in, and it all came in grouped as one. So I'm going to select and say OK and ungroup it. But it still moves together. And I don't know why this is or how I found it, but just touch the screen anywhere and it will release the other ones. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and touch the word cat. So now it's selected. Because we have some fonts on here now, we've got some icons over here for the fonts. It's the T, capital T, for text. Because I had the word cat selected, it brought it into here. Do I want to change anything on that? Delete a letter, add a letter. But the most interesting thing is, if I come down to size, remember I had the L, M, and S? And if it's on the large right now, but playing around, I found if I touch the four-way arrows, I can make it all the way bigger, even though it was L, M, and S. See that? So it was on the largest, but I made it bigger because I used the four-way arrows. Pretty cool. Okay, and if I wanted to change anything else on here or stretch them, I can, or large, medium, and small. Now, if I want to change a whole word, it's highlighted there, and I can change that whole word. See, it's highlighted there, not just one letter at a time. This one is one letter at a time, and this is your whole word. Okay. All right. Let's say OK here. Now, down here it says array. So let's touch the array. And you can only work with one word at a time on the array. All right. So the first one is the arc. Touch the arc. And at the bottom, you can make it more arced or less arced. It's up to you. It's your design. You can do what you want with it. Okay. So touch the A, B, and C on the slant. Unfortunately, we don't read that way, bottom to top. Okay. So if you touch the icon down at the bottom with the arrow on the right side and hold that down, and you have to have some patience, which most of us embroiders don't have. But if you hold it down long enough, it will go completely vertical. It's slower than me. Come on. See, and there it goes. It's going to move them over so they're completely vertical. Okay. So let's say OK. Put it back to on the first one, the straight line. For the other things we want to do, it has to be on the straight line. So we'll say OK. And now I want to go to spacing. And the spacing is for the wording itself. Okay? If you want the C closer to the A or the T closer, especially if you're doing just bold letters, these look more like a script. But if you were doing bold letters, you might want to put them together more or stretch them out. And you can do that. And you can come back down here and it would make them the original size. So let's say OK there. All right. And this one is if you want to change the font. I want to change the font. I can come in here and change that whole word at once. Okay, to any other font I want. I don't have to retype everything. It'll just do it. If I wanted to just change a letter and the T, not opening. I need on A. Sorry, it's not letting me get in there. Let's try the A. There we go. It'll let me change on the A. I guess because the T is the last one. So those are how you can work with your fonts. So, and by the way, I'm going to put in a letter in the screen here, but first I want to get that black box off. So I'm going to go to the fonts 50 and 51. All right. I am going to put in Oh, put it in this between the C, but I want you to see this. Let me put it in a capital C again. All right, let's see if I can move these apart so you can see what I got. It's part of it. I'm sorry. Let me delete it and that whole thing. Sometimes my brain works faster than my hands. Okay, I put in a letter C, or the A changed sizes, I'm sorry, but you can't even see it. Because if you look at the size over here, it's less than a 1/4 inch. It's like 1/8 of an inch high. And what those two fonts are for, 50 and 51, they're for doing the cuffs on a man's dress shirt or on the points of a collar. So you can use those very small letters. I do tell everyone, if you're going to use the small letters, use bobbin weight thread top and bottom, because it'll give it a cleaner, crisper look. They sew out beautifully, but if you just want a little bit more, use bobbin weight thread top and bottom, or even smaller thread, maybe a 90 weight, okay? So, but anything like that would work good with those two fonts. That's what they're for. Okay. Let's just say set. And my little A selected, I'm going to hit delete. Okay, all right. So here again, these are lined up. But it's okay, I want to show you something. Okay, you see this icon under the palette? That you can tell again to go, if they both have to be grouped, everything has to be grouped, but it'll do it center, bottom, side. We never had that before, and it's awesome to be able to do it. If I come back here and I have them both selected, not those. I just want the word select and that one select and say okay. And then I could justify right, left, center, bottom.
But
Okay.
if someone couldn't get the words to separate, could you show how to do that one more time?
Yeah, that is a little bit tricky, okay? So, let me do some undos. Oh, and we're glad we have undo and redo in this machine. That was a godsend for any of us that play a lot. Okay, so the 3 words came in like that, okay? Now, I don't know if it'll just ungroup there. Yeah, if you just touch the ungrouping icon under the word size, it'll break it into the red boxes, 1 box around each one. But to get them to release, you touch anywhere on the screen, and it releases the other 2. Don't ask me why, but that's just the way it is. Okay? All right. So now what I want to show you, this is another new icon down here. And it's asking me, do I want to bring that one to the front or the back? Where do I want to sew it? And it would put it in the correct sequence for sewing. It just does it. It's really cool. Especially if you have multiples on there, but you really wish the Mickey head would go first, then that's a way to do it. So I'm going to hit reset. Okay. And touch here so it's released again. Okay. We've about worn those flowers out. So let's go, and I want to select all and get rid of it all. So if I come to my select on the bottom, touch so everything's selected at once. Oh, okay. Where was I?
You're good to start right where you just were. Sorry, we just disconnected, and we're back now, though.
Okay. All right. So now what I want to do, I want to go in and see some of the Disney. And I'm just going to take a Disney head and say set. Oh, I remember now what I wanted to show. I'm sorry, just delete. I want to show you something. Let's go back. On the new frames, the very last category, 15, if you look all the way at the bottom, you have 2 edge-to-edge patterns. Okay? And I did sew out the sewing one. I'll put it on the screen so you can see it. But I think I had too much wine that night. I forgot to flip one over. So it's wrong. I should have had this one flipped around so then it would be right. But what I did, I don't know. There's something kind of advanced that I'll show you tomorrow in Design Center, because I took parts of that design, the scissors, and put them up there, and the sewing machine down there from that design. Okay? Little tricky, but I'll show you. All right, so those are your 2 edge to edge. It's really nice they put those in for us. So let's go ahead now and go return and go get Mickey. All right. Now with Mickey, we can take any one of the ones we want and say set. All right. And the little red dot at the top means you want to rotate him. See, if I grab that little red dot, it'll rotate him. I'm going to do undo. If I go to edit, those things are all blocked out because I can't use them. Okay, they don't want me to group them. I can't resize them. I could copy them and I can change some colors, but I can't change the size and other things. And that's because they're proprietary to just Disney. All right, but I can make copies, and I can take the copies and move them anywhere I want. All right, and if I decided I don't want them like that, and I touch the select, and I select them all and say okay, now I can come here and say let's move them all to center. Look how easy that was to line those up. Isn't that cool? So much fun. I'm going to say okay. So now they're all in individual boxes. So if I wanted to stipple around them, as long as they're all 3 selected, I can do the stippling, and it's going to stipple around all 3. And we'll say okay. There's something else it won't let us do, and that's an embroidery. Okay. In embroidery, we're going to go through more of this in a little while. You got your projector, your camera, and a hoop. So if I open layout, there's my other options. If I touch color sort, that's the 3 spools, Mickey Designs do not color sort. They did. Whoa. That must be in the upgrade 2. Cool. Okay. So anyway, and so here you have move, rotate, your snowman. This is for basting. If I want to put a basting stitch around this whole thing, then I would come and use that icon. The only time it won't put a basting stitch on is if the design's so big it fills up the area and doesn't leave enough room for it. The next one down here is if you want to do one color design. So if I select that and I come to layout, whatever color I put in first, everything's going to finish sewing in that. And that really is a good feature, and you use it a lot. One thing about the single color is the single color, even if you're sewing and you're on step 5 or 6 or 10, whatever, you can still come in and use that, and so that all the rest of them will turn out what color you want. That's the only one that you can use once you start sewing. Okay? Once you start sewing, these are not available. You have to go back to the first stitch to be able to use all these. All right. So, and up top here, you see you have a color bar. So let's say I only wanted to stitch out the last Mickey. Boy, this doesn't like my touch at all today. Oh, I'm sorry. You got to come into your needle plus and minus needle, where you go through your design up and down. Then if I wanted to skip colors, I could take and I could come in and touch that. Now it's only going to sew the third one, wherever it is. You see the green cross on it down there. The only thing when you do it that way, it probably isn't going to go to the beginning. So touch the up arrow so it goes and starts at the very beginning. So just cool things, ways you can do it. Up here, the W with the plus, if you, oh, we don't have our frame on, so it won't do it. The plus will just put a dot down or a cross, whichever you selected. All right, I'm going to say OK and return. All right, I'm going to delete some stippling. I deleted it all. All right.
Kathy, can you baste around the hoop?
Around what?
The hoop?
There's a trick. These basting stitches come in design size appropriate, okay? I'll show you how to make a basting stitch to fit your hoop sizes. So we're gonna come into, I gotta think a minute. Let's take a big design, because if you wanna make one for your biggest hoop, you have to start with something that's pretty big, and I'll show you why. So I'm gonna take the reindeer, and I'm gonna say set. I'm going to go to embroidery, layout, put my basting stitch on him. Okay? Everybody with me so far? I hope so. Now I'm going to hit return. Now I'm going to use either my go back key or my delete key to get on the reindeer, because I don't need him anymore. I'm going to delete and say okay. All right? And then I can come into edit, size, and stretch it out as big a hoop as I want. Okay? And say okay. Now it's kind of tricky because you know when you look at the pictures of your designs, it's really not going to show you, you won't be able to tell which one is which. So what I recommend is coming in, go to add, go to your fonts, pick any one of them, go to the lettering, numbers, and I would put in 10, maybe it's 1/2, whatever size hoop you have there, okay? Just put in the size hoop you have. And say set. Now, come back in and go to palette and change the color so it doesn't sew in whatever last color you had. So if I change the color, I'm gonna say okay. And I have that out there, but when I'm in memory on my screen, I can see what size it is because I put them in there. You don't have to sew those out necessarily. It's just telling me what's what. Okay? So if I put it in memory, in my machine, and then I want to come in and use them for something, I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to come to the pocket in my machine where I store stuff and see there it is. And it tells me the size of it. Otherwise there would just be a red box and you can't tell if that's the 9.5 by 14 or the 10 5/8 by 10 5/8. So you can do that with any of them. And it's nice because you're going to use the size stitch that they use for the basting. Instead of trying to figure out how long should you make that stitch, you're going to use their stitch. Everybody get that, or you want me to do it again? Okay. Okay, I'm just going to take a little Mickey or Minnie. Don't take the first ones because they're really big. And say set. And I'm going to go to edit. Okay. And I'm going to make him into a stamp so I can play with him in Design Center. So the blue flower right there, right next to your stipple icon, blue-green flower, touch that. And that's going to make him into a stamp or a shape or an applique. The new thing is if I say on, it's going to put it in any of the holes in there. So we're going to go there, and I'm going to leave it here. I want it this way. I don't need it for the inside, but I want to make a little margin around him. And now I'm going to say memory. And it's going to tell me you have to go to Design Center to the stamp pattern list. And I'm going to say, okay. Machine loves to tell you where to go. So let's go add. And we're going to open my Design Center. Nope. I have to cancel that. I don't want to open that. Okay. So now I'm going to come into my shapes or frames right there. All right. I'm going to touch that. And up at the top, it looks like that same flower again. So I'm going to touch the flower. And look, there's my Mickey. So I'm going to touch Mickey. Say OK. Now I can come in and put any of my fancy fill stitches around Mickey. Okay. So you can come in and put in any of these stitches. I'll take the bricks and say OK. And I like to make them red so you can see them. Say OK. I have the bucket on, and the bucket is to flood fill the areas that are open. So I'm going to touch anywhere on the screen, not inside the Mickey. And now I put bricks all around my Mickey. Okay? If I go next, it's going to give me the option to change sizes of it, your angle of it, put the basting stitch around it, yes or no.
They said that it's going to tad too fast.
Okay.
You want to repeat what you're doing.
Okay. All right. So did she make it into a stamp? Or did you miss that part?
Just a second, is there like a couple of seconds behind?
Okay. You know, I wanted to make sure too. Hope everybody watching has a Luminaire or a Solaris. Okay? No Dream Machines, no Stellaires. It's for Solaris and Luminaire. Okay. I'm going to go all the way back. I'm going to take my Mickey head again. I think I'll use Daisy now, or Minnie Mouse. Let's use Minnie Mouse. And I say set. Okay? Now she's on the screen there. I'm going to go edit. And under edit, I'm going to take this little flower here. Okay. Now I can make some margin or distance around her, so my bricks won't go in her head. And I say memory. It's going to tell me, is it okay to put it in your stamp center? Now I'm going to say okay. You with me? I'm going to go add. It told me to go to Design Center. So I'm going to my Design Center. And in my Design Center, it told me to go to my shapes or frames. So I'm going to touch that. Across the top is the same flower that we used to make the stamp. So I'm going to select Minnie Mouse this time. And I'm going to say OK. Now I see the outline of Minnie there, so I could actually even make her into an applique if I wanted. But we're going to use her the way for this class. So now we're going to go to our fill stitches. And on your fill stitches, select the last pattern. That opens up all the patterns you have available to you. And we'll touch select. And you can scroll through and pick out any pattern you like. and say OK. Make sure you turn on the bucket. It's right above the Properties tab, right next to the paintbrush. So I'm going to touch my bucket, and I'm going to touch anywhere inside not on Minnie. So now we have all the bricks around her. I'll go over this again tomorrow. If you're working on this screen and you put it in memory, you can bring it back up and edit it. Okay, just remember that. So we're going to do a lot of saves in memory. I'm going to go next. I can make changes to the sides, and you'll be doing more that tomorrow more. But see memory down here? If I touch that memory and it puts it back into my design center, I can't edit it. It's like it's done. It won't let me make any changes. But the one that you saved on the previous screen, you can. But when I touch memory here, I can sidestep a couple of steps. I can touch memory in my machine, say set. Okay, it's converted, and there's my bricks. Okay. Now, I'm going to undo my bricks just so you see the difference. Okay. I'm going to go add, and I'm going to look in my machine memory. So anything you save on that editing screen, if you save it on the editing screen, it puts it exactly as an embroidery file, and it puts it back in Design Center. So I can just touch that, and it's set. So it's just two ways of doing it. But I like having that option. It cuts out a couple steps. Okay. And here again in your preview, you can come through and you can use your needle and have it draw through so you can see what's going to stitch first or last. I'm just going to stop it and close, and I'm going to go to edit. In this case, maybe I want the stippling to sew first because I don't want to sew Minnie. I just want her outline in there. So I can cut just tab under the stippling and tell it to take the back one or the front one to the back. And then it'll change the order of the stitch. You see up here? Now it's going to stitch all the stippling first, then her. And it's not going to sew on her either way, but you can just do that. So we're going to say, I put it back to the way it should be and say, okay, all right. So, any questions on anything so far? The brother icons are really pretty simple and easy to use. Okay. I mean, they do what they say they're going to do, and then you have the undo and redo to bring in others. All right, let me have just a minute here, and I want to make sure I covered everything. You know, sometimes you just do things out of rote. You're just so used to it, but I want to make sure I'm covering everything I should for you. All right. I'm going to try this one more time. That's it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot. To get your print to stitch, that's my error. We don't need to tell them, Jer. You have to touch the I button at the top. So let me close this. We'll do it again.
Kathy, how do you delete a save to machine memory item?
Oh, that's fun. I'll show you. That's a good question because it's really easy. Let me just go here since.
And then what did you do to get to the brick backgrounds?
That was when I went in the Design Center. Okay, I'll go through that again in a second. But here, remember I told you it has a P down here and it's print to stitch? You have to touch the I to really see it all. And I didn't do that before. So, anytime you see this, it means that part of this is a print pattern that you're going to take to your computer and transfer to your printer, and it's going to print it out. There's it with the background, see? And there's what you stitch. It's easy as that. And this one is the one that would send it to a USB for you to take and print it. You can change the background color again if you want. It's just I forgot that eye up there. I don't use print to stitch, so, or very much. All right. Okay. Back to, we'll go back to, I'll just get a little mini again set. So I have a design picked out. I go up to edit, and I touch the flower right next to the stippling. And then if I want to put some margin around it, I can, or not, it's up to you. Then you put it in memory. And it says it's going to put in my stamp center in my design center. I'm going to say okay. Now I have to go add. All right. And then I have to open my design center because that's where it said it was. So we'll go my design center. It said it put it in my frame section. So I find the circle and square that look like the picture. And across the top, it's a flower. So I'm going to touch the flower. Touch my mini or whoever you want. Say okay. Then I'm working with fill stitches, so I'm in the paintbrush area. Mine has a red square and stitches on the top. The piece of paper next to the eyedropper or below the bucket is where you get your selections. So I'm going to touch the last icon, select, and I just use the bricks from there. I said okay. I'm going to touch the bucket. Okay. Then I touch anywhere on the screen but not inside your border. All around the outside. Did you get it this time? See, I can't tell her to ask her neighbor to help her. Not like in class where I can go look, see where she is. Then I'm just going to go next. And set or memory, either one you want. If I put it in memory, it's going to go, but I'm going to show you what happens with set. So we'll go set. Say okay. And there it's in my design now. That answer the questions? Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and go on to the embroidery screen for just a little bit. Since you're all home, I hope you have access to a piece of fabric. I think I forgot to tell you to bring a piece of printed fabric. I know I did. Okay.
Beverly said she couldn't find the bricks.
Did you open up for your selections?
Well, she doesn't have the new.
That's not in the upgrade. That was in the original XP1. Let me go look. Okay, Beverly, touch the piece of paper. Then you touch the last icon. Then select. And it's number 8. Touch it to select it. Say okay. Okay again. Make sure you touch the bucket. Remember, a paintbrush just touches little places at a time. We want to do the whole thing at once. And I don't have anything in here right now, so if I touch, it's just going to flood fill everything. Yes, anything. Anything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Beverly said she should.
Okay, good. All right. So we're going to use those things too, either today or tomorrow. Okay. I got to load a design again. I'm going to get something here. I got to put a design on my screen first. I don't want anything too big. Okay, I'm just going to take the butterfly and say set. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and load up 2 butterflies by edit and copy. Okay? It always comes a little offset so that you can tell you have a copy. Okay? And I told you about if you want to select them both and make them group together, you can. And you can do your echo or your stippling. I'm going to say embroidery. All right? On my embroidery screen, I have several options. We have our projector. We have the camera to take pictures. We have a hoop for preview. We know the size of it, how many stitches are in it, how many thread changes, and the time it takes to sew. Okay? And I didn't realize it till lately. So if you're going to have your grandson or granddaughter or somebody sew, and you set it up for them, you can use the padlock for the embroidery section too. I thought the padlock only worked in sewing. But see, nothing will change or move. Then I'm going to take the padlock off. Okay. You can still use the buttons over here, but you can't change anything here. All right, so we've got these on here, and it's showing me all the color changes. I'm going to go to Layout, and I'm going to tell it to color sort. Go back to Layout and look, and it did. See, it put the 2 purples together, 2 greens together, and so forth. All right, so that's how color sort works. Let's go back to Layout. I'm going to take color sort off. Again, if I touch this one, it's going to turn everything into whatever color thread I had just put on before I touched it. This is connecting for patterns. And it's different than your quilt patterns. It's like if you want to connect things a square round. It's a help for that. Move, rotate. Down here, I'll take that off. Down here, we have, this one should go around the screen. This is the one that I used to show that I could put the needle up there so I can see exactly where the center of my design is in relation to my hoop and all. I can put it over here anywhere I want to have that stitch, a reference stitch. Okay. The plus and minus is how you go back and forth through your design. You can, if my thread breaks and I have to go back to the beginning of that one, I can go back here and it'll take me back. I put in some stitches, okay. And I touch the back button, it'll go to the beginning of that color. So if my thread breaks and it's just started, just make it go back to the beginning, all right? If I wanted to advance my colors, I can use the down arrows and go through the whole design. Okay. Down here, it would show me, see if it's going to come on. It's going to show me the bed of my machine so I can see the green cross exactly to know where my needle's going to fall. So that's the picture there, and you can zoom in bigger and make sure it's hitting right exactly where you want it to hit. I'm going to close that. Okay. One thing too, on using your projector, I'm going to tell you now in case I forget. Your projector will only work on the very beginning of a design. So if you need to move something again because it wasn't quite right and you use the projector, you have to go back to 0 stitches and then you can advance back to where you were. Okay. And the next one, the scissors. This has tension on it, then it has the end color trim, jump stitch trim. If you were doing like one of the Hoop Sisters quilts, you don't want all those little threads, they're like 3/4 inch threads on the back and the knots. you would turn both of those off. So then you just manually trim all your jump stitches and your stop stitches. But you can use them either way. If you're having trouble and your thread seems to pop back into the bobbin after it trims sometimes, if you lengthen it some, I know it says jump stitch trim, but it works for me, and I've been telling my students too. If I lengthen this, it seems to have a better chance of not going all the way back in. Because what it is that bobbin thread is so slick and fine, when the arm comes and sweeps and cuts it off and it pulls it, it goes right back into the bobbin. All right, just a trick to make it easier. We'll say okay. And I'm going to come back to layout. And I took off color sort, so it's all individual now. But I see up here all the colors. Okay. I want you to look at how many stitches you have on your machine right now. Make a mental note or write it down how many stitches you have on your machine right now. I hope you're not at 0. You have to have some stitches up there. And you can come to the plus and minus and just hit 100 a couple of times or whatever, just to get some stitches above the total count. Okay. Turn off your machine. Go potty, go have a glass of wine, whatever you want to do. Come back and turn your machine back on. And this can be a day or two, you know, that you don't turn it back on. However long it is. You have to recycle. Now watch the screen though, because the first one comes up, they have to move the arm, so I'm going to say okay. Okay. Okay to recall and resume previous memory? It sure is. Say okay. And it goes right back to the number of stitches you had to begin with. And it works each and every time on any design you have. It doesn't have to be something built in, but it always will take you back. It keeps it in memory. So I really like that feature, because sometimes I'm working on a big project, a big design, and I can't finish it in one night, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. And so I finally have to turn it off and come back, and it goes each time. And I do a lot of cross stitch, and it is exact. And in cross stitch, you would be able to tell if it wasn't.
If I use the scissors, the thread is cut too short and I have to rethread. Any fix for this?
Through the needle or from the bobbin? Okay, if it's the needle, the thread from the needle is too short, we can't manually do anything about that, but I think if you bring it in for repair sometime, you can ask them to see if they can lengthen that some. But the other thing is, I had it, and it was just one particular design. Every time it went from this part over to this part, it trimmed it too close, okay, and my needle came and threaded. I finally turned off my threader while I finished that part, because I was getting upset because it kept doing it. So that's a thought too. You could turn it off just for that part if it's only doing it at that some particular design in one area. But if it's doing it with everything, you just will have to tell the service mechanic when you bring it in. Okay. Sorry, I wish I could tell you better. All right, now let me think what I was going to do. Okay, we're going to do a test now. Okay, so I'm going to get a blank screen on here. Return, select all, okay, and delete. Okay. We're going to make an applique. So when we make the applique, we're going to come in to category 4. And I usually let people pick out their own shape, but I'm going to ask you to take shape number 3. It looks like a diamond. Once you touch the shape you want, you see all the corresponding stitches look like that shape. We want stitch number 10 and say set. Then I'm going to come up to edit, size. Interesting thing about the shapes, you can adjust them up and down 200%. The two options up here for sizing are turned off because it will automatically do it. So I want you to enlarge this thing, the diamond, and I don't want you to go too big because you got to remember we have 5 by 7 hoops. And even if I make my design 4 7/8 here, when I put something else on, it's going to be too big. So I need to bring it down. I can bring it down proportionately. Let me go back. Let me get back to, okay. So I'm in size. I'm going to say reset because I was doing the wrong. So let's go ahead and make it about 4.2. The bottom number about 4.2. Or even 4 would be fine. Okay. So I'm going to say okay. Everybody with me, because this one has a lot of steps back and forth. And if you get behind, you need to let us know right away. Don't just keep pushing buttons thinking you can get back there. We'll help you. Okay. So now I have that up there. And I'm going to, I resized it, so why should I go get it again? I'm going to copy it. And there's my copy. But it always comes off center. So go move, center it. Say okay. Now there's another problem. Because they both come in black, they would just continuously sew. They wouldn't stop. So I'm going to come to my color palette. And I am going to change the last stitch there to a very bright color that I can see. And it'll make sense when we start doing it. And we'll say okay. All right. Go to add. Go to folder 2 of your fonts. Pick out any font you want. Just not 50 or 51, please. And pick out one capital letter and say set. Because of the way the letters are, sometimes when you look at them this way, they don't look centered. They really are, but they just don't look centered. So I'm going to move it over so it looks more centered to me. And I'm going to say okay. Now here's a tricky part. Use your select button that's pointing to the left and get it around the colored one that you made. Okay? And we're going to make a copy of that colored one. Okay. And then we have to go move and center. We'll say okay again. We're going to go back to add into our frames. Same shape, don't go changing shapes on me now. And stitch number 9. It's an eyelet stitch. And we're going to say set. Okay. Now we have to edit this and we have to stretch the eyelet. I'm going to come up to 400% so you all can see. I need to stretch the straight stitch of the eyelet to be on the original straight stitch of the shape. So I'm going to go to size and I'm going to increase. So the straight stitch of the eyelet is on the straight stitch that was original. And we'll say okay. I want to make sure how it is. I can do it 2 ways. I can use my select key to go back and see if that eyelet is on that bright colored thread, and it's under there. Okay. If I want to see it another way too, I can come into the edit where it shows me the colors, and I can tell it, just show me where that color is. All right? And it's inside. And, oh, I had my colors wrong. I did just the opposite. Okay. So when I have it like this, because I copied the red one, the eyelet is black, and then we have the red one before the eyelet, so it'll be okay. So what you're going to do after you sew the letter, okay, you're going to take a piece of fabric and you're going to slip it under your hoop. And we'll put it under the hoop right side down. And then you're going to sew out the straight line, this one here right after the letter. It's going to tack down the two fabrics, then take it off, trim close to the line. Put it back on, and we'll sew the eyelet. I'm going to go back to my frames, touch Add, and go back to my frames. Same shape. Stitch number 2 is a satin stitch. Okay? And say Set. Now here again, we're going to have to stretch the satin stitch so that it covers all the running stitches. So I think I'm going to make a change here. I'm going to come in and make my running stitches, touch the thread right there in the view to a different color, and you can see it. Okay? So if you come in here and you want to see what color that one is, it'll pop up and show you the color. I mean, it's really nice. So you can go back, it'll select whichever one you touch. So we're going to work on this one, the satin stitch. We're going to go Edit and Size. Stretch out the satin stitch so that it covers all the straight lines, or the running stitches. And I can bring it in and make sure it's covering everything. And say OK. If I want to bring up, where's the red one? I've got red one. The eyelet stitch, that'll show me kind of on top to view it, to make sure. Everybody got that? Okay. So now we're going to go to embroidery. Now, I'd like you to take your piece of fabric with your stabilizer and put it in your 5x7 hoop. If it's already in your 5x7 hoop, that's great. I need to find a pen. And you should have 2 pieces of fabric, the same size. So before I start my applique, I've got a cross. I made a mark on my hoop. Don't make it exact center, make it off a little bit, but you have to remember the size of your design and the size of your hoop. Okay. So we're gonna put that mark down. Gonna put in our 5x7 hoop. Let's do this first, because I know it's going to happen. If you see, by the time we added the eyelet, you can't make it too big because you know we're using the 5x7 hoop. I'm going to go return, and I'm going to group all this together. And the reason why, let me go back to embroidery. If my design is too big for my hoop, and I come to layout and try and rotate it, it will only rotate one piece. It won't rotate everything. So I'm going to do a reset and say okay. And I'm going to group them all together. This has happened in a lot of classes where the design ends up too big and then it won't fit in the hoop. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to group the whole thing together. So I'm going to touch my grouping down there. Touch my grouping here. They're all selected. Everybody with me? Okay. And say okay. Open up your edit and touch the grouping icon right under the word size. That makes it all one design right now. So if we go to embroidery now and we go to layout, we can rotate it all as one. So if it was too wide for your hoop, you can rotate it. But you can't rotate in embroidery unless you've grouped them all together, because you would have to group each layer. And if you had to make it smaller, you would have to go back to the edit screen and make each layer smaller. Okay. Say okay. Take your snowman sticker, take one of them, and we want to put it, hey Jer, this camera. Jer's going to switch camera so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, I'm going to put my snowman on my cross mark, okay? So there's my snowman. Now, if you make a cross mark like a T, but you hoop crooked, so now it looks like an X. If you make the lines on the snowman match your lines exactly, it'll sew the design crooked, so when you unhoop, everything's straight. Let me say that again. If you line up your snowman with whatever mark you made on your hoop, make sure the lines are lined up together. And if it's crooked, it'll sew it out that way, but when you unhoop it, it'll be straight because you hooped crooked to begin with. And so snowman's going to help you. All right. So now I'm going to touch the snowman. It's going to turn it back. I'm going to say scan. It's going to look for my snowman. Right on, and mine was crooked.
What are you putting your snowman on?
On my piece of fabric that I made a mark on. Okay, I just took a pencil and made a mark on my fabric anywhere.
Show it to the camera.
Oh. Okay. And then I hooped crooked, but I made my snowman match my lines. Now, you might get an error message that extends out of the pattern area, and this is something you see online all the time. My design is this size, but the hoop is telling me it won't fit in there. So I'm going to say okay. I'm going to cancel that for right now. If I come up and load my 5x7 hoop, this is a great trick. Say okay. Now I can see where it might touch. All right? Because I had it crooked with my snowman. I'm going to do another snowman where he's right now. But if I bring up the hoop, then I could tell if my design was touching someplace. Then I would know I need to get a bigger hoop or shrink my design. And that's about the easiest way to tell when it's telling you you need a bigger hoop, but you know the design should fit. So I'm going to touch the snowman again and say okay. Touch the word scan. Say okay. Did everybody get the snowman to work for him? And if you look at my pattern here, because I put the hoop on and my design's crooked, it's telling me exactly why it doesn't fit. It's showing it outside of that hoop area. Okay? So that's a way to tell when it says you have a 3x3 design in a 4x4 hoop and it won't sew. Put the hoop in the background to see exactly where it's hitting. So I'm going to say okay. I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to rotate, make it sure it's real straight again. Center, reset, center. Okay. All right. So that's just a trick to know how to do it. And that's how your snowman works. Any question on the snowman?
What do you touch to show it?
Go into your settings at the top of the screen, in between the camera and the question mark. That's your settings. And the very first one, touch the arrow pointing out to the right, and you can pick out whichever hoop size you want. Any other questions? Okay. Nope. Okay, I'm going to open up layout. And it's showing me what it's going to stitch. We're making an applique, so the first thing it stitches is a placement stitch. So we're going to go ahead, thread your machine up, get your hoop on, get your 2 pieces of fabric. Now remember, we set that so we don't have to put the foot down up here. We can just push the green button and go. Now, if you've got a long tail on your needle thread, a quick trick to get rid of it is touch the scissors on the front of the machine. Put that foot down first. And it will cut it, and what it leaves will get buried. So rather than having to stop after I start embroidering to cut off the threads, I can do it that way. Okay? So we're just going to hit the green button to go. So that was my placement. So now I have to put a piece of fabric down to cover it up. Okay?
Fabric facing down?
No, fabric right side up. But what if I want to see where this is going to lay, how it's all going to lay out? I have to go back to 0 stitches. Touch the needle and the bottom with a plus and minus. Touch the 0, because you have to go back to the beginning. And then we'll say OK, and touch your projector. It's going to show me exactly where my design's going to sew on my fabric. I can change the background colors here if I can't see it well enough, but the white works great for me. So let's say OK. The other thing, I have a print fabric, kind of a blender fabric, but if I want to take a picture of this fabric, I'm going to come up to this camera here, not the one on the top row, the one right above the word layout. And I'm going to tell it to scan and say OK. And it's going to take a picture of that fabric. I want it to do this so I can show you how to clear it off. Okay, there's my fabric. And if I don't want that in the background forever and ever, I'm going to come back up to my settings. I'm going to go to page 10. Go to page 10 and touch the word delete and say OK. Now, one thing about the fabric, they've added this right here, and this is like a transparency. You can make it lighter or darker, your picture of your fabric, lighter or darker to see it. If I wanted to save that, I could take and put it on a memory stick and then bring it always back in, all right? But we deleted it already, so I'm just going to say close. All right, so we stitched one, but we went back, so how are we going to get there? Touch the arrow pointing down once. There's your second stitch. So now it's going to tack down my fabric.
Kathy, you're just floating the top of fabric, right?
Yeah. I'm going to sew out my letter. And I know people always ask me, what were those steps again? So I'm going to write them out and I'll send them in an email, because you can use these same steps to make coasters. If you were to do them on wet and gone and just have your fabrics down, no fabric like I have under my hoop now, and then just wash away the wet gone, you could have some really cute coasters with the little eyelet stitch around it or whatever stitch you want. And on the XP2 and with the upgrade, it counts down the time. It'll count it down by minutes. Going to sew that straight stitch again, a running stitch around, because I'm going to take this piece of fabric, put it right side down under my hoop, and you can just look and kind of line it up to your design, and you can lift up your design and make sure it's over there far enough. Okay, then you're going to hit go again, and it's going to sew that straight line again. Of course, if you were going to make coasters, you'd want to use the circle one. Okay, so now it's going to want to sew my eyelet, but I've got to trim first. So I'm going to get my take my hoop off the machine, and I am going to trim front and back fabric. Okay, so I'm going to trim away the back fabric and the front fabric. And while you're trimming, I'm going to get a drink of water. And the closer you trim, the better your design will look overall. If you're going to do a lot of applique, you really should get some applique scissors, because they make it so much easier and nicer to trim. So, Alice from Delaware, I told your brother I was going to tell you how bad he is. And he said, you probably already know that. I was making a joke. I hope everybody's learning something new or how to do something different or something they didn't know about their machine. I know there's a lot of my students online. I saw the names there. So you've done these kind of projects several times.
Keith says, I am not too bad.
I told him I was going to tell her. I didn't know he was on there today. I didn't see his name signed up. I got caught, huh?
Kathy, you're making a mess.
I am. Yeah, but you vacuum, remember?
Oh, okay.
That's your job. I never vacuum.
You make the mess, I get the vacuum.
Yeah, That's because you're low man on the totem pole. You haven't been here long enough.
Okay, she said, I always vacuum after my classes.
Is she right back here?
Yeah.
You ornery little thing. I don't know how many of you heard the plaque I made for Kay, or if you've taken classes with Kay, you know and you understand her little things, but I made that plaque for her, and it says, yeah. I said, it says, I run on coffee and cuss words. Perfect for Kay. Okay. When you get finished trimming, don't start sewing the eyelet or satin stitch yet. We're going to say okay. Touch the word layout and touch the single spool of thread. So now what it's going to do is just going to sew the last two stitch types together. It'll be the eyelet and the satin stitch. Oh, mine came unthreaded. How many of you out there that this is your first brother machine? While that's stitching, let me show you a couple things I've done. Is this one on? Yeah. This was a couching class I did and then showed how to use the sashing border. Put around. So that was a class I did last year. This one is just using the built-in designs in the Luminaire. They're just so pretty, and so this is like a white leather, and this is a foamy leather, but it turned out pretty good. For the eyelet, it goes around it like 3 times. Then after you stitch the satin stitch, we'll break for lunch.
Irma said it's her first sewing machine ever.
Is it? No, it is not, Irma. I know you better than that. I know you better. I know you had a baby lock.
Irma just started sewing last week when she got
Who's
her.
that?
Irma.
No, she didn't start sewing last week.
Yeah, Irma got her first sewing machine last week. That was the first time she's ever even heard of sewing.
Come on, I know better. She's pulling our leg. Are you learning things, Irma? Is Carla on there?
I didn't see it yet. I get a lot of thread at the back at start and end wide.
You get a lot of thread what? When it starts?
Start at the back and at the end.
Because it's making knots.
Yeah, she gets a lot of thread on the back at the start and the end.
Because it shouldn't be a lot, but there should be some knots it makes before it trims.
And my satin stitch is a little below the eyelet. Oops.
Yep. It's only a learning. And like I said, if you would do a round shape and you want to make these into coasters, just do it on wet and gone so you can wash it all the way after. And I'll post the instructions step by step. And the reason I had you do it this way is when you're going to take it off here and you look at the back, you'll only see the eyelet stitch and the satin stitch. It's going to cover up all the other stitches and the monogram. It's just a nice finishing touch. Whenever I do a baby blanket that I embroider, I go ahead and I use matching bobbins to my top thread. So then they can't tell if it's the back or the front because it's equal on the colors and the threads. Of course, you can't do that if you put a name on it because it'd be backwards, but yeah, I do that all the time. All right. How's everyone doing? I would like you to get your stabilizer in your hoop and one of your big pieces of fabric. And just wait. We're going to have lunch and then we'll get to this after. So you can.
If your satin stitch looks terrible, you may need to bring your machine in to get it serviced.
Or they're not threading it correctly. If it's not getting in all the tension guides.
Correct.
Can she put it up to the screen? The piece? Could you put it up like so we could see it?
We're live. We're not on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if they really look bad, and generally the rule of thumb is if it looks bad on the top, it's your bobbin thread. Your bobbin thread has come out of the guide. On your machine, if you were to take the cover off your bobbin, Your bobbin thread should be laying across the left side of that bobbin. That means it's in the tension guide. If it's not, you're getting too much thread out. And that could cause problem. The upper thread, if you're not pulling it a little bit tight, I'll rethread. And I'm going to just rethread, but I always hold my thread with 2 hands. And don't forget to put it under this little pin back here that you use for your bobbin. And then I'm just going to go, and almost like I'm dental flossing, I just kind of go back and forth a little bit to make sure it gets in all the tension guides. Or I'll give a tug with my right hand to make sure it's all there. You do that, and also, what needle are you using? And your thread types. Hopefully they're embroidery thread types so they balance. Everybody good? So let's break for lunch. I'm going to go to Mulqueen's Cafe and see what they're having today. Be back in a bit. Going to Mulqueen's Cafe. Everybody back? Did you have a good lunch? I did. I had a Mulqueen cheeseburger. It was great. Okay, before we get too involved, what we're going to do, I want to show you how to delete files from your embroidery memory. So let's go to embroidery. Open your pocket. Down at the bottom where it says return, right next to it you see some white squares. Looks like a pencil. Touch that. Now you can touch whatever designs you want and touch delete or clear them all out so you have nothing left in there. And say delete. In Design Center, you can't delete like that. I'm going to open my pocket in Design Center. You have to touch each one and delete. You can't just select them all. And in the frames section, when you save an outline, it'll drop one off, but nothing, you can't delete anything, but when you put a new one in, the last one will drop off. Okay? Everybody get that? All right, so let's go back to embroidery. We're going to go to our Q folder. Q for quilting. Touch 03, the hexagon. The square ones, you can go up to 118 inches long down the side. So you could do a king size bed quilt with the sashing on it. So after you've picked number 3, pick out any of the designs there you like. And say set. First thing you have to do, down on the left, you have to tell it what hoop size you're going to use. Okay. And then you have to measure the inside there, how big you want that to be, or your quilt block's going to be. I put in 7.24. And the reason it says it can't be any smaller than 7.09. That's why I had to change the size on the fabrics to bring, because it wouldn't let me go smaller. So you put it in and then you say set. Now it wants to know, how wide do you want your stitches to be? So I'm going to put in 1.50 and set. I'm going to touch the screen. Did everybody get that so far? Do you understand it? Kind of self-explanatory. It's telling you to measure the inside. So if you were doing a real quilt block, you would get the exact dimensions. So we'll go next. Down here it's telling me it's going to take 12 pieces to complete this pattern. Do I want it in a single stitch or a triple stitch? Do I want a different color? Yes, because that's ugly. So I'm going to change the color and say okay. And sometime you might want to change the color just because it's going to blend in with your fabric color too much, because it doesn't matter what shows here, you know, it's just thread on top. So you can make that decision. So now we're going to put it in memory. And telling me it's going into the embroidery machine memory. Okay. Now, if I come here in memory, because my pocket was already open, and I open it, these two are if I manually want to lay it out. Okay. If I manually lay it out, I would need 6 of those and 6 of those. That's what that's telling me. But here it's telling me 12. And I'm going to say, let's go for the 12. So we're going to touch that one. And then we're going to touch set. Okay. So what it's showing me now is you need to line up your fabric with the point a little above center, and it needs to be straight. And it really does need to be straight or you'll go crazy. And this is why I told you just to bring fabric, not to even try hoop it, so that we can lay it out easier. And if you were home, you might want to use some sticky back or spray, temporary spray adhesive. I love 505 for all this stuff. So I'm going to take one piece of fabric, and I am going to, I don't think that's my big piece. I got to get my biggest piece. Okay. All right. So I'm going to lay it in here just about the way they have it. Okay. And I'm going to try and make it as straight as I can. And then I'm going to say, okay. I'm going to say, okay again. Now it's telling me I'm going to have to use the move keys to adjust it right. So I'm going to say, okay. I think I'm going to put my fabric more centered. I'm sorry. And say, okay. So now it's projecting that pattern on my screen, on my machine. Okay. We can move it with our arrow keys here. This one here goes to the very first stitch. And this is where the arrows that we can look at, the areas. Okay. So we're going to get this lined up, and it has to line up
Kathy, where was the supply list?
the what?
Where was the supply list?
Online. I sent it to everybody, and then Trish posted it.
It's on our website under the class?
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot one thing, guys. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have had that wine at lunch. Let's go back. I want to give you a guideline to use because we don't really have anything. So touch the home key. Say okay. Go embroidery to the frames. Number 8 is a hexagon. And we can just use the triple stitch or single stitch, either one you want. Say set. Make it, go to edit, size, stretch it out to 7.24. And then say okay. Okay? I'm sorry, everybody. First time I've done it this way, but it'll work good this way. You have something. So now let's touch embroidery. And we're just going to stitch that out, kind of in the center of our piece of fabric. It's only going to take 1 minute to stitch that, and I'm going to hit return. Now, we can't do an add with that shape in here, so we're going to go delete. We can't incorporate the sashing with that shape. That's why I had you sew something here so you have a shape to use. So now we'll go back to the quilting, go back to 03, and whichever one you used, and say set. It probably still is already in memory, but we'll go through it again. So we're going to put in 7.24, set, 1.50, and set, and next. And then it's going to go memory. So memory. Okay. Touch the first one. Touch the one with the 12. And say set. And say okay there. Okay. Now you'll see why, because now we can line things up with what we've got on here. So we're going to have to take and move our pattern to line up with our machine, with our stitching we just did. So I'm going to move it over. And you want the green cross, and you can see the green cross on the fabric too. You want the green cross to be right on your line and right in the corner. So I have to move mine up. And I can move that over. Oh, excuse me. Something too, and I never really used it here, but you've got the preview again. And if you open the preview, the frame right above the word layout, and if you open the preview and use your magnifier, you should be able to see it pretty good too. Okay, so we'll close and okay. And it looks like it jumped a little bit, so I want to make sure it's going right where it's supposed to. So I'm going to touch the plus and minus, and I'm going to say, show me the first stitch. For goodness sakes. Let's say, okay. Mine isn't lined up at all. Go back to 0. Okay, let me bring it back down. Okay. How's everybody's doing? You know what, I wonder if I should be working on the very top corner first. Maybe that's my problem. You know, if you don't do this stuff every day, you forget.
Kathy, is this going to be available to watch later?
Yes, always. So whenever I talk too fast or mess something up, you can just go catch it later. Yeah, it's telling me I can't move my fabric anymore. Oh, goodness sakes. See, I try and do a good job and do something special, and it gets all messed up. So I'm going to try and move everything. Or, let's see. Okay, is everybody's lining up or being like mine? Can anybody tell me if they've got theirs lined up or not?
I missed the part where Kathy had to stitch out a new hexagon.
Who? To stitch out the hexagon, you're going to go into your shapes, pick out the hexagon from the shape is the one you want. I can't remember what number that one was. And then you can go down and get stitch 10, which is just a straight stitch. Okay, you're going to stretch the hexagon though so that it's 7.24.
And then, if they don't have the upgrade, should they not bother watching class tomorrow?
No, there'll be things on there that aren't in the upgrade. There's always things in Design Center. They only put a couple of new features in Design Center and a few new patterns. Don't you just hate it when you do it at home and it does it so easy and it's perfect and you come and there's a bunch of people watching you? I blame it on my blonde roots all the time. Say okay. All right, let's see what it's going to do. I don't know why it jumps back up. See there, the cross is exactly on the line it should be. Exactly. So let's say okay. And it jumps away a few stitches. And if I tell it to go, it wants to stitch it inside. This isn't my machine, it's the store machine, and I don't know, maybe it needs to be calibrated. Because it was all lined up, but it wants to stitch it on the inside. Goofy. Let me see if I can move this. Anybody else having problems, or everybody having problems? One new thing, when you come down to the plus and minus, down at the bottom here, they've added segments. So you can go back and forth whichever one you need to do. And I need to go back to the beginning of one. So I came down here and just said, go back to the beginning of one. So I'm going to say, okay. And say, okay. It has to be here. Keith, have you tried this? I don't know. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and stitch it, even though it's going to stitch it outside the area. Say okay. It won't stitch when you're on the layout screen. I have no idea why. Did Keith answer? Has anybody stitched any of the sashing stitches out? Mine's really going right to the edge, so watch it, folks. And you definitely don't want to sew it like the teachers. Embroidery is finished. Okay to connect next pattern. Say okay. It's going to bring in the next element, and it's telling you you're going to line it up on the bottom corner there. So we're going to say okay. And there's a single stitch. And the cross is down there. So we need to move, layout, move, and move so that will line up, and the cross is down in the corner. The green cross is going to be up there to line it up. Oh, it was perfect. I lined up perfect. Okay. If it lines up perfect and the green cross is right on top of the edge of the last stitch, then just go ahead and sew. Have to say okay first, get off there. Excuse me. Say okay. And now it's going to tell me I'm going to be working on this corner. So now I am going to rehoop and try and get this straight line over here. Excuse me. Jerry, you want to sing a song while I do this? handy dandy screwdriver. Okay, I'm going to try and get that straight line as straight as we can. No, that's not straight. If anybody else has any other questions or concerns that we can help you with, please let us know. We'll do tomorrow in Design Center some fun things. Did everybody go to the Creative Center on Brother? Had anybody ever been there before? Most people don't even know it's there. We'll say, okay. Okay. Now I have to rotate mine. So I'm going to say okay and go to rotate. See, and it even tells you to adjust the angle, go to rotate. So we're going to go to rotate. And I'm going to use this one. But you can't see on the screen what it's doing. Go move and back. And I got to rotate it more. Okay, I don't know if that pays to go that way. Maybe live classes aren't too good. I really do know how to do all this. Oh, I wish we could see it better. See, and there's no projector now when you're using this, so that makes it a little difficult too. I'm not sure if this is a calibration or something.
Kathy, do you maybe want to start?
You
want to start maybe over again?
I could.
You want me to go grab you fabric?
I'm not sure if it's just the machine that's not calibrated why it's crooked. Because if you follow the lines, it should just line up right on there, but this line lines up, and it looks like it's lined up, and then it jumps over and stitches inside. Okay, I'm going to rehoop a new area and start from there and see if I can get it lined up right for you. But you all have seen the samples and you know I've done this before, so we'll try again. Just give me a minute to get rehooped. Talk to your neighbor. see what they're doing. Or tell us what your latest project you've been working on. See what they're doing. Okay. Let's try it again, folks. It's the same premise that you're going to use for any of them. The square ones, the other ones. It's just this one has a little bit different in lining it up. So I'm going to say, okay. I'm going to go back to the beginning, though. So I'm going to touch the plus and minus to make sure it goes to the beginning. Go backwards. That's number 2. I want beginning of 3. So I'm going to say okay. Looks like I'm hooped like that. I think I'm a little crooked. I'm going to say okay. Okay. I should have done pattern 1 first, but they're all the same, all these. So I'm going to move it over. And I'm going to move it up. Now it's out of my hoop. If one thing can go wrong, everything will go wrong. Let me see what I can do here. Has to be straight. I bet you're hoping I'm better at Design Center than I am at this.
Line it up with that,
That's what I was trying. Oh, when I'm hooping it? I don't think I can. Okay, I clamped it shut. It's there. Let's see if what happens now. To me, it looks like it's just a wrong angle. I'm sorry, folks. I have done this. I wonder when we sized if that somehow didn't change the shape a little bit or do something. No, it says I'm close to the edge, so let's go up here. Okay, let's see. The green always goes back in the middle. I have no idea why it's jumping over here. Let me go, let me see if I can do something. I remember one time a lady coming in our store over at the Glendale store and telling Victoria, "You guys do such good work." And she said, "Well, you don't see how many times we tried before we got this one. We don't bring those in." And that's so true. Sometimes you have to try and try. Let's see what happens. It goes right inside. Anybody else having the same problem? Or did this line up perfect? It's funny because it lines up on the right, but the top piece won't line up. Any suggestions out there?
Yet. They're just saying, well, it's good to see that you're kind of too.
Yeah, I know. I could tell you I did this on purpose, huh? But that wouldn't be true. All right, let's see what happens now. I'm not going to change to a larger frame. It just worked. We just did it. Gotta go. Oh, it won't move without the frame. Gotta think what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try return. No, can't do return. Hit that. Go back to one.
Reboot the machine?
Hmm?
Reboot the machine?
I don't know, maybe. I'm not gonna move this piece over all the way so we can get it sewed and see. Maybe we'll have to do a whole nother class just on this. Oh, I didn't turn my fabric. I'm supposed to go over here. I don't get it, folks. I have no idea why this is happening, but I'll figure it out and let you all know what I was doing wrong, or the machine doing wrong, or something doing wrong. Are there any other questions about embroidery or something on your machine that I can answer? Aw, you're welcome. My pleasure. I love to teach. I think most of you know that. But I look at this as a new challenge. I have no problems, just new challenges. So I'll have to figure out why this is doing this. Well, we have some time left. Does everybody want to talk about Design Center a little bit?
Working on stamp, design center, circle, square icon, flower icon, save 20 Mickeys, how to delete.
How to delete the Mickey that you saved in the frames? Read me the steps again.
Working on stamp, design center, circle, square icon, flower icon, save 20 Mickeys, how to delete. Everyone's saying go over my design center.
You can't delete from my design center. When you add a new design, the last one in there will drop off. You can't delete.
So Kathy's going to go over a little bit of my design center. If you don't want to watch, you don't have to. But we'll be back again tomorrow with more in depth on my design center.
And try to figure this thing out while I'm doing. Okay, so if you go to your frames, the circle and square, and you have things set up there, stamps, you can't delete them. There isn't any way. They didn't put that in, but what'll happen when I bring in a new one, this one will go away. And so they'll be continuously rotating around, but you just can't delete them. The other thing, and I'm not sure what's in memory here. Let's see what's in memory here. Okay. And the other thing is for Design Center, you have to delete each one individually. And boy, does it take a lot of time, especially if you've created an applique and all the different steps you have. So, but you just can delete from there. And on the screen, you can do an all clear. So, yeah, no, you can't in Design Center. Any other question? Okay, let's do a couple things in Design Center then. Let's go into our frames. And when you're in frames, you see like the circle, square, and all these shapes are what you're going to work with. And what this first icon means, it's just going to give you an outline of that shape. The second one is I'm just going to give you a fill stitch of that shape. And the last one means I'm going to give you a fill stitch and an outline of whatever shape you pick out. Okay, so that's what those mean. Go to, it looks like a banner or a flag. These are some that are closed shapes that we can play with. And they put all these in here, and they're really fun. And then, like the curly Q has other shapes in there that you can play with. All right? So let's go back to the first one. And I use this one a lot. Let's go ahead and make an applique. So we're going to touch that flower that's in the middle of the third row.
Kathy, could you scan in the fabric and line it up that way?
Could I scan in my fabric?
And line it up that way? Could you scan the hoop and then line it up?
Yeah, I can manually do it, but I was trying to do it where they tell me how to do it. Yes, I could do it manually, and I have done it manually.
Is the stitching supposed to be inside of the hex?
No, on the outside.
Okay.
Always on the outside. Okay, so if you can, load that flower in, and we'll say okay. All right. This is a very quick and easy way to make an applique. So first of all, up in the top, these four things relate to outline stitches. Okay, a pencil draws a line. These four down here are for fill stitches. A paintbrush fills an area. So that's how you're going to remember. Okay. We're going to come up into our lines first, and you can either touch the zigzag or touch the properties tab, either one. But let's go ahead and pick out a bright color and pick out the running stitch. Now, unfortunately, there isn't a single run stitch. That's a double run stitch. But you could stop it if you wanted when it goes back around again. So let's say okay. And if we take the bucket and we touch each petal, then it would put that fill stitch around it. You can see it. Can you see them changing colors? You can zoom in up to 1600. I don't want the center to sew yet. So there's a trick. We're going to come to the properties. Down here, there's a zigzag with a red line through it, and that means no stitches. Don't put any stitches there. So we're going to touch that, say okay, and touch that center circle. Now there's no stitches there. All right, I'll go back to 100%. Everybody with me so far? And to make it quick and easy, I'm going to go next. Wait, I'm going to put this one in memory first because I don't want to lose it. Put it in memory in your machine before you do next. Now let's go next. It's just one color here. If there were different colors or different parts were red, I can use the paper clip here or chain and it would select them all. See, like I've got them all selected now. So if I wanted to make some changes, it would make changes to everything. So I am going to say, instead of set, I'm going to say memory, and it's going to put it in the machine memory in embroidery. I'm going to say return. I'm going to come to my properties tab. I'm going to set my triple stitch. Okay, properties tab, then this triple stitch. Change colors. Say OK. And touch around each petal. Then we're going to go next. And if we wanted to make changes again, we would go ahead and use the chain. But we don't have to. This is going to be our tack down stitch, so put it in memory. Then go return. Come back up to your stitches now. Now you can use the zigzag satin stitch, or you can come in and get one of your pretty stitches. If you touch the flowers down there and then select, you get different stitches for outlines. You can use the candle wicking or the chain stitch, the V stitch. I'm just going to go ahead. I want to use satin stitch because I want to show you something. I'm going to say okay. But I have to change colors first because I can't put the same color down. And now we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to touch each petal. Okay. But now we want to put a fill stitch in that centerpiece. So we're going to come down here to our properties for the fill stitches where the paintbrush is. Touch the bucket, touch the properties tab, and we're going to just leave it as a regular fill stitch. So make it some color, say OK, and then we're going to touch inside the circle. Okay. Now we're going to go next. All right. Now, this is showing me my center stitch, and it's just a regular fill stitch. Do I want to change it, or do I want it just to put it in its way? I can change the density here, and that's what's showing me there. I can change the direction of it, and I can put underlay on it. So if you're working on big pieces, you might want some underlay on it. But what's cool, I'm going to come in and get the next stitch, and it's my last one. My satin stitch, I'm going to select all the satin stitches at once. Okay. And this is asking me how wide or how big do I want that satin stitch. You won't believe it, but this one will go all the way up to 1/4 inch. And that's going to be way too big for this, but I wanted to show you if you want a really big satin stitch for a big project, it will do it. I'm going to bring it back down. I usually go about 1/6 and say, okay. And now I'm going to put that in memory in the machine. Okay. If I said set, I would be sewing out that piece now, and that's not what I want to start with. So I'm going to go to my home key. Say OK, go to embroidery, go to my pocket. I'm going to touch the first one I put in and say set. I'm going to go add, back to my pocket, second one, set. Add, back to the pocket, and third one, and set. So what I was trying to show you by doing it the way I did it in memory, you don't have to do the running stitch and then go all the way into embroidery and then do the next stitch. You can just change it right there, go return, change the stitches, and make it quite simple and easy. So there they're all lined up together. So the first one, of course, would be your placement stitch, how much fabric you need to put down. The next one would be your tack down stitch. And the last one would be your satin stitch and the fill stitch in the middle. Okay, and you can make appliques with those anytime. Also, let's go ahead and go back. And if you want, maybe you should group it all together if you are going to sew it out. And in that case, come down to select, touch the icon there, Say okay, so everything is selected, then group it all together. That way, if you move anything or change anything, they'll all move. If you have several stitch patterns and it's all like one design, if you barely touch it, one of the stitches or designs could be off. So this is a better way to do it, and then we can just hit delete and it's gone, okay? And you could put it in memory if you want. Let's go back to my design center. Let's go back into the frames. Let's go. Okay, I use this one a lot in class too, the tulip. Okay, so let's say okay. Just remind me that I won't do all these tomorrow. We'll work on all the other stuff. Okay, so when I brought it in, it defaults back to the satin stitch. I don't want the satin stitch. We're going to change that. But first, well, what sews first on the machine? I can't hear you. Okay, you're going to put in your fill stitches first and then your outline, just like it normally sews. So we got the bucket turned on. I changed it to pink, and I'm going to touch inside the tulip. Then I'm going to touch in the little bud. Okay. I'm going to come up and change colors in the fill properties by the paintbrush down here. Okay, and then I'm going to touch my leaves. If you touch and it goes outside the leaf, use the undo at the bottom.
I just want a refresher tomorrow.
Okay, so we can come back up here and get these. I usually use the candle wicking in like a rose color. Turn on the bucket. Touch outside the big tulip and the bud, and they both turn pink. Now we're going to come down and we're going to change the color to a dark green, and we'll use a chain stitch and say okay. And then I'm going to touch the stems and around the leaves to make sure everything is there. Okay. All right, so now we've got that. Let's go see what it looks like. So I'm going to touch next. Not too bad, kind of cute, huh? Let's zoom in and see. See, I got the chain stitch going there, and we got the candle wicking stitch going around the flowers. We could see the angle. So I'm going to move my screen, hopefully. Nope, okay. Right, okay. So what I want to do is I want to get to the candle wicking stitches. So I can try and select them, but if I can't get to them, I can use there it is. Okay, just use your arrows to find it. We have the same candle wicking on the flower and the bud, so we need to connect those two together. So any changes we make will go with both of them. The first icon here wants to know how big do you want those candle wick stitches to be, how high. The second one is how far apart do you want them to be. I think they need a little more distance because they look like they're touching each other. So we'll say okay. That looks a little better, huh? Then the same thing with the leaves. If you pick out one leaf, oh, I got the chain stitch. Try and get a leaf. There we go. So let's go ahead and get the fill on the leaf. There we go. And if we wanted to change that, we would change them all at once again. So the first one is, it's going to say, do you want me to just sew it in the way I think's the best, auto, and you're not telling it what direction to go. This one is the density. I wouldn't change the density until I did a test so to see how it's going to look. This one is the pull compensation, and they've made adjustments for us, and they're really pretty good. I've never had a problem with the pull compensation. And then this one is if you want underlay under it. We really don't need it. So if I put it in memory here, it's going to go back into Design Center, and it's an embroidery. So I'm going to close that, say OK, go to embroidery in the pocket, and there it is. And it would be ready to stitch out. And these you can resize too. Okay, anything you make in Design Center you can resize, and there's a sizing in Design Center. Let me go. Look like we're going to go back here. I didn't save it there. Come on. Memory's up here. But I probably can't edit this one now because I saved it on the second page. I forgot what I was going to show. Okay. Oh, the size. See, there's a size here. So when you first bring in your diagram, you can come in here and resize it. If I have my whole pattern, it's resizing all of it proportionately at once. Okay. Say OK. Let's do an all clear. One thing in embroidery that I think I should mention. Okay, let's say I'm in embroidery and I have a design up there, and I say set, and I'm going to go all the way to embroidery. But whatever fabric I have down here, I can't see my design too good when I use the projector. Okay, now that projector is going to show me my design on there. But if I can't see it too good, and this has happened to me a couple times, and usually it's a single color design, this will move the projector screen, and it's always a 3x5 area, and your move keys will move your design, okay? But if you can't see your color well enough on your fabric, try changing the background, and if that doesn't work, say okay, and come back into your editing, return, and come into the palette, come into the palette and change the thread color. And I've had to do that a couple times because I just couldn't see it well enough on the fabric I was using. So just go in and change the color so you can. Okay, and delete. Okay. And my Design Center again. In my Design Center, something that they did really nice now, I forget whether it's upgrade 1 or upgrade 2. I can't remember. But let's take that tulip again and say okay. Down here in where you select box, they've given you more options. Instead of just drawing a square around, you can draw the points around it and click. You can have a freehand. This would be select everything on the screen. But I like this little wand because I can go to the little wand and tell it just get that bud for me. And you see, that's all it picked up. So if you have to make a correction on something, small part or big part, just use the wand and select what you want to fix. Okay. So that's something new that came in that's cool. And going up to 1600. And the reason I had you print out your color pages from your color book was because they all came in as a PDF. I don't remember them coming as a PDF before, and I wasn't sure if people knew how to convert a PDF into a JPEG. Because when you're scanning in the machine, it'll read a bitmap, a JPEG, I think an SVG, but it won't read a PDF. So that's what I did. And the way I convert it, I do a print screen, go to paint, touch the paste so it'll paste on the paint screen what I selected on the other screen. And then what I do is I go to crop and I cut out just the center of the design that I want to use, just the part of the design I want to use. And I tell it cut away, and then it'll ask me if I want to save the other part that I cut from, and I said no. Then I go up to new and do a paste, and your piece is right there. So then I can save it as a JPEG and bring it in to my embroidery screen for scanning in Design Center. There are some programs you can buy that will take them just from a PDF to a JPEG or different files, but I'm not going to pay for it. I don't use it that often, so that's just the way I do a workaround. Let's go up to our help. Okay, so they put a video in here on the new hexagon sashing. Let's see what she does. There isn't any sound, although you can hear sound on your machine if you had some of your favorite songs on a USB. They have to be an MP3 player though. It'll play your songs in your computer, the sounds. She's measuring the inside. I wish there was sound, but we probably wouldn't be able to understand them anyway. It's probably Japanese. Oh, single stitch and triple stitch. That's what that picture was showing you. Yeah, she put it in memory, and she's taken the one that has the 12 under it, so it comes in those pieces. That's exactly where I went. She's using the new magnetic hoop. Have any of you tried it or used it? It's wonderful. It's better than the other magnetic hoops even, because you can slide things from it. I don't see that she's doing anything different than what we did. Oh, she rotated what, one touch? Let's see what happens when she starts. Oh yeah, it helps put thread in the machine. And hers is right on, but I wonder if she tried it other times and it wasn't, and they just didn't film it.
Are the magnetic hoops in stock like the sashing hoops?
Yeah, the Brother New sashing hoop. What you do is it has all the magnets down holding things in place, and what you can do is just remove some of the magnets and like leave the side ones here so you could slide your fabric along it and not really have to re-hoop everything, reposition. Then you put your magnets down. Same thing if you want to go sideways. Just take off most of the magnets, leave one or two here, and then slide your fabric, then put the rest of the magnets on. It's really nice. I wish it had a bigger size. They'll probably come out sometime with one with a bigger size. But right now it's 7 by 12, Jer? Yeah, I think it's a 7 by 12 sewing surface. Yep. Beats me, folks. I'm not going to watch her go all the way around. But there's always, oh, here's the magnetic hoop. Let's see. You'll see how it works. These are really strong magnets. It's just telling you that's your sewing area. It's pretty stiff stuff. Oh, it's got stabilizer on it. And you slide it across like that to keep any pockets or bubbles out of it.
Are you going to be using the magnetic hoop tomorrow?
I can. I didn't bring mine, but I can.
I can use one.
Yeah, I can use the store one. And you want to make sure the arrows are pointing inside.
You show how to add stippling to quilt blocks that have already been made?
Sure. I will do that. Let's just watch one thing here. I'll show you two ways. One, if you have the embroidery pattern still, and one if you don't, and how to do it. Okay, so she's going to take some of them off and slide her fabric. 1 3/16 inch apart. Remember that, folks. They are tight. They even give you a little tool to kind of lift them off. I go faster. I don't think she's going to show it. Maybe she is. I don't think she's going to slide it though. There's the tool. Just want your show to slide it. But yeah, that's it. If I was going to slide the fabric, what I would do is I would leave like 2 magnets, and depending if I'm going to slide it up or sideways, which magnets I leave on. And I'll try and work something in for tomorrow. Yeah, she's not going to show it. No, she's just putting it away. Okay, that was good. Let's close. All right, and I'm glad you mentioned that because that's been on my mind to remember to show people. So if you still have the embroidery pattern in your machine, you're going to hoop your block. You're going to bring in whatever pattern you used. Okay, so we'll say that's my embroidery pattern that I already sewed out. So I'm going to say, okay, the simplest and easy way to do it is to go Edit and Stippling, and then it'll put the stippling all around the pattern. So we'll say okay, and then we can, when we go to embroidery, you just stitch out the stippling and not the rest of the design because you already have it stitched out. Okay? Let's say though, I have something stitched out in my hoop that wasn't a built-in. No, that's not going to work. Okay. Okay. So if you have something in your hoop that has a design in it in a quilt block and you want to quilt around it, but you don't have that design anymore or know where you got it, go to My Design Center. Put your hoop on. I can use this one for now. With your block in it and the design. And we're going to come up here, it says scan. Okay? So if we touch scan, we could do it as an image or an illustration. But really, all we want to do is we just want to see it. Doesn't really matter which one, how we're going to scan it. Because what we're going to do is we are going to draw around it and then put the stippling in. And it's amazing, but if you use illustration, it will automatically put all the stitches in. Some of the colors may not be what you want, and you can change them, but it will put all the stitches in. Okay, so we're going to say that this is my design. Well, I'm going to tell it, go ahead. Didn't do a very good job, we'll say set. All right, so we're going to say, like, that's my design. Let me change my hoop size bigger so it won't tell me it's not working. Okay, so there's my design, that it's already in the hoop. I'm going to come in with the pencil, and I'm going to tell it no stitches. And I am just going to take my pencil and draw around my design, however I want it, how much. And then I'm going to come into my paint bucket and fill stitches, pick up my stippling, say okay, and touch around my block. Did you get it? Okay. The edge-to-edge feature. Oh, I'll show you what I did for the edge-to-edge to that pattern. Let me come back and delete all this. Okay. Embroidery, the first file. The last file down at the back, 15. Down at the bottom. I've had a couple of edge-to-edge classes I've taught. So we're going to say set. All right. And so we're going to stitch that one out. After we stitch that out, we need to rotate it, and then that side will connect to what we did before there, and this side will connect what we do over here. If you ever want to create like your own edge-to-edge patterns, just remember that you want a line on each side that it can connect to. The one class we did in here, I took some of the built-in designs of the not the decorative stitches, the ones in embroidery stitches, and put them together and made edge to edge. Okay, but I'll show you the trick I did to separate these pieces out that I wanted. So I said okay, and I said, well, let's make that into a stamp. And I told it I want stuff inside and outside because I want it to get inside the scissor hole and all that. So I'm going to say inside and outside. So there, it did it, right? So I put it in memory. It's so simple, but say okay. Now I'm going to go to my design center. I'm going to go into my frames. Here's my scissors and my edge-to-edge piece. And you can do it two ways. Take your eraser and erase everything you don't want. And if you're going to do big areas, make it bigger. I like the square. I like to use the square. Okay? Or you could tell it no stitches on a piece, but if it touches, it'll put no stitches on all of them. So you can just erase whatever you don't want, and in my case, I just kept the sewing machine and the pair of scissors. I love Design Center. I love playing with it. I love figuring out new tricks with it and techniques. And I do a lot with it, big designs and all. I touched the undo, so it undid everything I did. That's one thing too, a little tip. When you're erasing and you're going to erase a big area, stop for a second and then start again. Because otherwise, if you do an undo, it's going to take out everything you did instead of just the last piece. See? So you always want to stop a little bit and let go so it won't bring back everything. Because I've gone through and erased big things and then I did an undo and it came back and put the whole thing in. So I learned, just take your finger off for a little bit and then you can erase all you want and keep what you want. So you can look at a pattern and decide, you know, how much can I do with that or how much can I change? And it's really fun that way. Okay, that answer your question on edge to edge? Okay.
They said that.
Hmm?
They said thank you.
Okay, good. What other questions can I answer? You better ask me today because tomorrow I won't have any answers. I'm going to use them all up today. See, I went too far in that thing, and if I hit that, all that stuff comes back. But not everything. So I thought that was pretty smart, you know, to get that scissor off of there. So every once in a while I get a brunette moment where I get smart. Okay. Any other questions? Did everybody get their coloring book pages printed? Let me find my memory stick and I'll show you what I did. I didn't get it sewed out yet, but I did it. Okay. Now I'm going to go to my USB. And I have to find don't tell me I didn't get it saved. Let me try my other USB. I'm going to cry if I didn't save it.
You're just having a field day today, huh, Kat?
Hmm?
I said you're just having a field day today.
Yeah, exactly. We just do anything we want. Oh, here's some of the ones that I put in for edge to edge. Oh, we were playing with them just to show how to make your own edge to edge patterns. Okay, let me go back. It's not there. Mm-mm. Oh my gosh. Not a happy camper. I did the whole egg. I filled it in with all stitches and outlines and everything. Oh, there it is. Bee pocket. Okay, we'll say okay. So there's the egg that I did from your coloring book. And most of them I just used fill stitches because I was going to do it on top of a piece of white satin. So I was just going to go ahead and do that. If you go to next, you can see it better in stitches. A warning too, if you go to scan something and first thing you should do is go to the running stitches, the outline stitches, and change it to like a double run or triple run. If you leave it as a sat stitch, a lot of times it's going to come back and tell you it was too complicated, it can't do it. So just to avoid that, make sure you change it before. Now, when you scan, you do have an option at the bottom to change it right there too, because it'll just come in too complicated. I do a lot of big, large ones and designs and had to do that. I would sometimes have to split them in half. So what I did here is I went and I touched the icon there, so I took all the same stitches and I brought them down to 50% of their size. And I did that with most of the fill stitches. But when we get to working on that tomorrow, I'll show you how to make sure you get those circles in and what's a problem. And if you don't want your running stitches all connected to be the same type of stitch, we'll go over that too. And so that's that. Oh, okay. This was just a very quick and easy out of a color book I did last Christmas and just had it sitting on the mantle. But it was just very quick and easy and trying out some of the new stitches. It turned out pretty cute too. Okay, so you're not limited. Well, you are limited to an extent, but not bad. It's not a full digitizing program. You can't do that. But you can draw. Turn. All clear. If you come up into the pencil properties, I'll show you guys this part today, then we'll play more tomorrow. Okay, so if you leave it on that one and it's a satin stitch, I'm going to change it to running stitch in red or dark red. Say okay. Now if I draw, I have complete control over what I'm drawing, and I don't draw very well, as you can see. If I come in here and I take number 2 and say okay, what number 2 does, it stretches this band, and wherever I stop, then it'll close it off. Okay? So it always closes it off. If you don't close it off and you try and put a fill stitch in there, it's going to fill the whole screen because there's a hole that it leaked out. Okay. Let's come do an all clear. Come back up here. Now, this one's really cool because it's just a straight line. So even if you wanted to bring in your grid, your 1-inch grid, you could put stitches down it, line them all up, and it would be perfect because it makes a straight line. Okay, see? So you could copy and make your grid, and you could do it with one of your decorative stitches. Okay, so all clear. And the last one here is the zigzag, kind of wonky, see? And then you have to stop and you do there and you there, and you still have to bring it down so it knows that it's finished. All right? So that's the different ways you can draw. If, let's say, I had done my whole project and all of a sudden I needed that red someplace else and I forgot to put it in, so I can come get the eyedropper and touch there, and it will always tell me what the color is and what kind of stitch it is. So then I know that I can use it again. On the different fill patterns here, I showed you that you could bring your satin stitch up to a 1 inch, just about 1 inch, a 1/4 inch. I'll use these little hearts and we'll put that on this funky square. And then we're going to say next. Okay. So when you use one of these patterns, you get different options. All right. This one is the size of each little heart. This one is going to be the spacing between the hearts. I'll come and I'll make them a little bit bigger so you can see, and we'll say okay. See, they're bigger. And if I want to make the spacing bigger, we'll say okay. I did a cut work class and we used candle wicking all around the cutout area, and boy, I had to sew it out maybe 10 times at different sizes and different spacing to get the look I wanted. So down here, do I want them on the outside or inside? Oh, I have to hit okay first before they do it, sorry. See? So some of them will ask you outside or inside, and that's strictly your choice. Okay. We'll do an all clear. Okay. If you're in your fill areas and you don't take the bucket, in the properties here, it's asking me, how big of a size of a circle or dot do you want me to make when I'm touching an area? You can use a circle or a square. So what would happen is, whatever I come to, they're going to make just dots. Okay? That's why I like to use the fill bucket. It's so much better. And, also, let's say, like I brought that, I'll show you. This isn't going to be clear. I know I don't explain things very well sometimes, so we'll go back to the frames. We'll come up here, and we'll get this guy again. And I'll show you a quicker method. So let's say I only want the scissors, okay? So I can come down here to the select, and I'm going to draw a box around everything. Whoop, I got to stop. I'm going to use this with the square. Now I come here, over to here, bring it down. Pretty much got everything. And then I'm going to take my scissors and just have it all cut away. Nice and easy, huh? Instead of trying to erase everything, you can just cut it out of there and then just erase what's left. A lot quicker than it used to be. See? Okay. If you scan in an image, well, you're going to trace over some fabric tomorrow. That's why I told you to bring a piece of fabric with a big print on it, so that we can do some tracing so you can see how to put the stippling around. All right? Can't see when my big finger is in the way. Okay, oop, I did it again. Let's see, what else can I tell you? Hints and tricks. Let me think of something cool. I did that Christmas bag with ornaments that I designed in Design Center, and then I used this little bow for on the top of them, so it looked like they were in the hanger. So that's pretty cute. And you can really shrink these down or stretch them. And let me show you something. So you come here, and I needed a perfect circle for an eye. So I said, okay, that circle's pretty big. So I went size, and I shrunk it down till it was like a 1/4 inch circle, but it was a perfect circle. So remember, you have those tools to use too. Okay, so we can always use those to get perfect circles. We'll do an undo, undo again. All right, and in fact, I think last year we did something where we used that to make an egg, because you could make your own Easter egg and decorate it. Okay. Any other questions on embroidery or Design Center that I could answer easy today? Are you still there?
Nothing yet.
Did I chase everyone away, or did they go to sleep? Let me come back. Let me come back and get that again. Okay. I don't remember what I was going to think about. It'll come to me tomorrow. Anything else, folks? No? Oh, I'll tell you one other little tip, just because I thought of it a minute ago. I have a coloring book that it's printed on both sides. So when I tried to scan it, it picked up the ghost image that was on the other side. If that happens, take a piece of black paper and put it on your scanner first, then put the picture on top, and you won't get that shadow. And that's something I just had to figure out. I'm thinking. Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, we can call it a day and come back tomorrow for Design Center. Have your scanner, have your big print fabric, have your coloring book pages printed, and a bright and cheery face. Oh, okay. Thank you, everybody, for signing in, being with us today. I hope you learned something, not just mistakes. I hope you learned something positive. See y'all tomorrow.